Sherelle, your stuff is showing mirrored. It's all backwards.
Thanks, Allison. Allison, can you let me know if that looks different?
It's good now. But
Okay.
for some reason, it's only showing, at least on my screen, it's only showing in your small little window. It's not sharing on the whole screen.
Oh, man.
It's backwards again.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm actually fixing all that right now.
awesome. Ah, there we go. I switched the view to speaker view and now it's better.
Okay.
It's blurry for me. Is it blurry for anybody else?
Yeah, it does look a little. I have a little monitor, and it does look blurry.
Yeah, I'm on my regular screen and it looks really blurry, not like it usually does.
Mhm.
Hi, Director Noble.
Hello.
Okay, I see 2, 3, 4. Is everyone here? Director Kadams, Director Chase? Okay. And more people will be coming in, I would guess. Let's see.
Ellison, I'm trying to fix the blurry issue right now.
Okay. Okay, well, I will go ahead, I guess, or would you like me to wait a minute?
Give me one more minute.
Okay. Mhm.
All right, Sherelle, it's good.
Okay.
I had to make
Yeah.
you co-host for it to work right.
Gotcha.
Okay. Okay, then I will go ahead and this regular business meeting of the Edmonds School District Board of Directors for February 23rd, 2021 is called to order. Dr. Balderas, would you please administer our land acknowledgement?
Yes, thank you, President Kilgore. We acknowledge the original inhabitants of this place, the Snohomish people and their successors, the Tulalip tribes who since time immemorial have taken care of, hunted, fished, and gathered on these lands. We respect their sovereignty, their right to self-determination, and we honor their sacred spiritual connection with the land and water. Thank you, Dr. Kilgore.
Thank you. Next, we have our flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the
To
flag
the flag
of the
of
United
the United
States of
States of
America
America
and to the
and to the
republic
republic
for which it
for
stands,
which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God, indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty and
liberty and
justice
justice
for
for all.
all. Okay, thank you. And now I'm looking for our agenda again. Oh, there we go. Next, we have approval of the agenda. Do I hear a motion?
I move to approve the minutes. Oh, no, I approve. I move to approve the agenda for tonight's meeting.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda for tonight's meeting. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of approving the agenda for tonight's meeting, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? And the motion passes. Next, we would like to look at the school board minutes for the February 2nd study session and the February 9th business meeting. Do I hear a motion?
This is Anne, move to approve. This is Karen, I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the school board minutes for February 2nd study session and February 9th, 2021 business meeting. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'd like to call for a vote. All those in favor of approving the school board minutes for February 2nd and February 9th, 2021, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? The motion passes and the minutes are approved. Next, we have public comments. The public comment item on the agenda is an opportunity for citizens to address the school board. Items brought forward during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the board at this time. Questions may also be referred to the superintendent or staff for examination and later response. Due to COVID-19, we are only accepting written comments right now until further notice. We normally would take 30 minutes. Tonight we have a pretty big thing to discuss. So we're going to go ahead and read all the minutes or all the public comments that we have. I just wanted to note to our public that if you submitted more than one comment, we can only read one of your comments, the first one, in the interest of time. So I will go ahead and begin, and I'll read, let's see, I don't know, 6 comments and pass it on. Our first commenter is Jacqueline Mainers regarding Avid concerns. Today, I'm writing to you with some immense concerns about the recent announcement that Avid would be added to Meadowdale High School next year. First and foremost, it is extremely concerning to me that this decision was made without any input from teachers, the union, or the community. I'm very concerned that this was implemented without utilizing the draft 5 process we have in place. The decision was made without any of the stakeholders' consultation, and the effects of this program will be large. As an electives teacher, I am very concerned about how this will affect my drama program. Students already have an incredibly difficult time finding room for elective classes in their schedules, and Avid will take away from that limited time. I can understand the merits of the Avid program. However, I implore you to see where these merits are already being met in school and in my elective class. In drama, my students learn communication, organization, and develop a strong work ethic. They must communicate with their peers in a multitude of ways in order to execute a successful production. They must communicate with their teachers to get on top of their schoolwork as we get closer to opening a show, and their time is more limited. I teach my drama students how to write an email to their teachers, how to check their grades, and for missing assignments, how to keep a planner, and how to stay organized in their day-to-day lives. My curriculum goes well beyond drama. As a whole, electives are what keep kids in school, keep students in school. Often this is the one class in a long, tedious day that a student is excited to attend. Electives get kids in the building and keep them in the building. We are so much more than learning to act or sing or cook or fix a car or paint or sculpt or run. Our students are learning how to be successful humans with joy and passion in their lives. I hope the board will strongly consider the effects that implementing Avid will have on our school community as a whole. The ripples will be huge and will affect us all. Next is Jennifer Fritz on reopening. Thank you to the board for working so hard to reach agreement with the teachers union. Although the outcome is not without flaws, I appreciate the immense challenge of this task with so many different interests and perspectives involved. I trust that principals will do their best to keep students with current teachers and create smooth transitions whenever possible. I'm hopeful that this transition will increasingly meet the needs of more students overall, especially those that are currently falling through the cracks and struggling. Together as a community, we must come together and provide solutions for these students. Excuse me. Next, we have Jamie Samione or Samione, and this is on the hybrid model for K-2 learners. As a teacher, having taught over 20 years at the Edmonds School District, I have to believe the district has done an immense amount of research and has the best intentions for our district's families, but I am struggling to see how this AB hybrid model for K-2 learners starting in the spring quarter is what is best for kids. A young child will not be able to learn independently, asynchronously 3 days a week without parent-teacher support. Students are unable to access the curriculum independently, and this will create more work for parents 3 days a week. This model will only widen the gap for our families without home resources. The kids know their teachers and have set routines. They are learning, so why uproot them all now? The district has been emphatic about social emotional learning, and now we would take them away from their teachers who have worked hard to create a nurturing community during this difficult time. Why not do what grade 3 through 12 are doing and allow K-2 students with the greatest learning / emotional economic needs to use the hub resources. The communication throughout this year has been dismal, and the process and timing of this model is degrading. How can teachers be asked to make a decision without the needed information in the MOUs? Teachers have very little idea what their days will look like and how or who they will teach in this model. Why not wait until spring break and hope to get your K-2 staff vaccinated? I believe the youngest kids need regular instruction with either continuing remote learning or doing everyday half day. This every other day model would be ideal for intermediate or middle school students. This far into the year, why not put the energy into a safe and effective re-entry to school in the fall? Please tell the community how this is best for our students. We truly want to know your rationale. Thank you for your time. Christy Mullet, the next is Christy Mullet on the hybrid model. This model will not be beneficial to kids struggling academically. They will probably lose their teacher and they will have 3 days asynchronous as opposed to 1. I don't see this as being a win. I am for hubs for all grades to help those kids who really need it and keep their teacher. Next is Laura Blake on reopening of schools. While I fully support our teachers and appreciate the work the union has done to get the schools to reopen, I still have concerns about this process. There has been almost a full year that has passed in which there has been time to get some plans in place for reopening. I understand that things are constantly changing in regards to the pandemic, but school districts around us have been open for weeks now, some longer. There are schools across the country that have been open all year. It is disappointing that ESD seems to have no plans at all ready to go. It has already been decided that 3rd grade and up will not have any chance at all to return to the building. It is wonderful for those kids in those grades that need the special services, but for the majority of the kids, it has been devastating. I also assume this means there is no chance to even consider moving to stage 3 and getting those younger grades in 4 days a week. The fact that there seems to be no bargaining between the school board and the union until right before something needs to change needs to be dealt with. With the lack of movement from ESD this year, I have large concerns about what fall 2021 will look like in regard to our kids getting back to school. The board and the union need to start discussing now to be able to be ready to have an actual plan to get our kids back. They cannot be out of school for another year and need to be back full-time in the fall. If bargaining does not start until a couple weeks before school begins, then we will end up with just as much of a problem as this year has been. The school district cannot wait for every teacher, student, family, etc. to be vaccinated. It is unrealistic and will keep our kids out of school for far too long, and it appears much longer than any other district around us. Please, please, please consider starting to figure out fall 2021 much earlier than I'm assuming is planned. And I'll just do one more from Karen Hogue on the hybrid and remote issue. I've been a 2nd grade teacher in the Edmonds School District for 17 years, and putting the best interest of my students has always been my highest priority. During remote learning, I worked hard to create a safe environment while building relationships with my students and families. I'm having a hard time understanding how the AB hybrid model for K-2 learners is in the best interest of students. Just a sec. Many of my struggling learners are not able to get the support they need on asynchronous days. So the 4 days that I see them on Zoom are the only days they receive instruction and support. I fear the AB hybrid model will mean 3 days without any learning. I wonder about the research that went into this decision. Is there evidence that 2 days of in-person learning will lead to better results over 4 days of Zoom learning? Is there any thought to providing hub support to those struggling learners, similar to what is being offered to 3 through 12? Without adequate information to teachers or families, it is very difficult for anyone to make a decision. In addition, the documents referenced have not been updated. Example, no snacks, food eaten in the classroom. So I don't think, somebody keeps switching my screen. I apologize. So I don't think families are receiving a complete picture of what a school day will entail. Please consider taking a breath and sharing complete information, answering questions before embarking on such a stressful change in these already stressful times. And I would like to pass the baton. Who would like to go next?
This is
I'll
Ann.
go.
I'll go. The next one is Helena Garcia. It's on the hybrid model. And she says, I would like more information on what learning will look like on the remote learning days for students attending school through the hybrid model. The next is from Nicole Harrell on reentry survey and policy making as a school board. She says, I appreciate the correspondence I've received from Dr. Kildor on behalf of the school board. I also appreciate the exchange Dr. Balderas granted me via email weeks ago. I would also like to thank Director McMurray for taking the time to have a discussion with me regarding curriculum adoption and district communication, as well as visiting our remote first grade music class. It was a privilege to share the joy of our classroom and show how effective remote learning can be. That being said, I am seeking clarification on the following points. How did the district determine 2 business days was enough time for our community to respond to the re-entry survey? What is being done to support our families in completing the survey? I've been asking what was going to be done proactively to support our students and community in this transition for months, and have yet to hear a response to this question. How many families have to respond to the reentry survey in order for the results to be considered valid? What percentage of our families responding gives you the information you need, in your opinion, to consider staffing needs for remote and hybrid classrooms? Will you be sharing those percentages with the community? Will you be sharing the reentry survey results with the community? How would you like us to communicate with you regarding issues that are not directly under the board's control? As the school board, you need to be aware of what is going on in the district departments, communication, student learning, education services, etc., because you are the policymakers in our system. If you are going to be creating and revising policy, those changes need to be grounded in the reality of what is going on in the district. Is there already a system in place for you to collect this information? Are the once-a-year reports from each department within the district the sole source of the information you receive? How will our community know you are aware of our current struggles and concerns so we may know how best to advocate for our students and their needs? The next is from Grace Ilantupa, and it's regarding start time for the school day. Please consider keeping the start time of each school as 9 a.m. It's so much easier for my parents to get my brother and I to our different schools on time, and then they have time to drive to work. The 8 a.m. is so much harder on the whole family. Thank you for your consideration. The next one is from Jeff Russell. And he says, it's in regarding to the reentry plan. And he says, I have 2 questions and I would be very appreciative of a response. 1, if I send my child back for in-person learning, he will be there 2 days and have 3 days a week of asynchronous work. Will it be his classroom teacher who facilitates that asynchronous work or a different teacher? If it's his classroom teacher, she would be teaching 4 days a week in person, plus 5 days of asynchronous work. That's not sustainable, and I don't want to contribute to that level of staff burnout. 2, my decision to send my kindergartner also involves my 3rd grader. I heard you decided to keep 3 through 12 remote all year with no plans to come back. Can you confirm? Thank you. Then the next is from Julian Barnes, and it's hybrid return effect on developmental kindergarten. I'm writing to express my concerns related to the return to school plan. I just learned that as of the end of March, my son's developmental kindergarten program at Chase Lake will be reduced from 4 days of in-person learning to 2 days of in-person learning. My question is, why are we going backwards? These students have been going to school 4 days a week since January 4th. The teacher, staff, custodial team, and principal have done an excellent job with COVID-19 protocols. I see no reason why these high-need students are having their school time cut in half. My son has many educational needs, including a variety of special services such as OT, PT, speech and orientation, and mobility. None of these translate into a Zoom format for a developmentally delayed 5-year-old. I am asking the school board to grant a waiver to the developmental kindergarten programs who have already been attending a 4-day school week safely since December, January. I know that DHH and VI students are continuing 4 days a week, and I must strongly ask that my child be permitted to do the same. My son has hearing loss and visual impairment, as well as numerous other educational and medical needs. The fall remote learning was a nightmare for my son, and in my opinion, the school district was not meeting his special education needs as required in his IEP. So please allow these classes to continue 4 days a week in person. Don't go backwards. And then the next one is from, this is the last one, and then I'll turn it over. Gabrielle Barnes, she says, and it's also on developmental kindergarten. My son goes to developmental kindergarten at Chase Lake. They have been going to school in person 4 days a week since January. Today, I found out that the district is planning to cut his classes in-person time down to 2 days when stage 2 begins next month. Why is this the plan? These kids are all high need special education students who absolutely need to be in person 4 days a week. It doesn't affect any other students if they are permitted to continue with their stage 1 schedule, which has been working fine. Please make a change to this plan to allow my son to go to school 4 days a week as he has been doing since January. He already essentially lost half a year of kindergarten. Remote learning simply doesn't work with his set of special needs, and I'm worried about him falling further behind. Thank you in advance. And
I'll go next. The next comment is from Aaron Holder. The topic is school opening. It says, "Dear Edmonds School District board members and community members, in many ways, I am quite impressed with the tentative agreement for reopening. I think it is wonderful that as a district, we have chosen to use our limited space and resources to support the students that are struggling the most in grades 3 to 12. This will allow us to curate a meaningful and safe space, one that families that might not have opted in to in-person learning could trust. Instead of losing relationships and community, this will allow us to build on the connections we have made with students and families. I am invigorated to help with this work at my building, and hopefully that this will make a meaningful impact. This makes it all the more heartbreaking to me that K-2 students and communities will still be broken apart. For some, this may be an easy choice, and for others, impossible. I believe it is unkind to ask families to make this choice without full transparency. In this case, I think the district should explain their reasoning behind why the K-2 system is different from the 3 to 12. I also believe that families deserve to know that this model was built with health and safety recommendations from the governor, OSPI, the CDC, and our local health departments, but without reviewing the data these recommendations were based on. Finally, I believe that families deserve to know that district discussions around opening our schools did not include the academic merits of in-person learning over remote learning and vice versa. Because this is a big ask, it is a big ask for families. It is a big ask for our K-2 students. It is a big ask for our K-6 teachers, any of which may be moved to a different class in order to accommodate this plan. If you want people to trust this choice as opposed to endure this choice, you have to start from a place of authenticity and honesty. As we move forward to recreate schools in the next few years and hopefully do better than just a return to normal, True systemic change will require authenticity and honesty at all levels. The next comment is from Kathy Daly on the K2 reentry, and she says, "Dear board members, I'm writing with great concern about the proposal you will hear tonight. I'm a first grade teacher and my heart is breaking for my students. Let me explain. My students are learning. Is it the same? No. Is it amazing? Yes. In this new proposal, we're about to jeopardize a large portion of our students' remaining learning days in order to bring them into the buildings for 23 school days. Yes, each first grader will receive 23 in-person days between now and the end of June. But what will they give up in return? While teachers prepare for new classrooms, they'll give up 2 weeks of live instruction. While classrooms reconfigure on March 22nd, they'll give up a week of instruction to a week of, quote, getting to know you, unquote, activities with their new class. When we start in person, they'll give up at least 2 weeks of instruction while we adjust to being back in school in a way that none of us has ever been before. By my count, that's 5 weeks of quality instruction that we're giving up. What else will my students give up? They'll give up learning to read from a teacher whose mouth is uncovered. They'll give up learning to read in a small group with peers who read at a similar level. They'll give up seeing their teacher smile when they figure out new words. In case you've never taught early readers, all of these things are crucial. All of these things will be gone. We've asked our students to give up so much this year. We've told them over and over that their social well-being is our top priority. Well, my firsties, I'm so sorry to tell you that this is not putting you first. My heart breaks for you. The next comment is from Cheryl Passarge. I'm sorry if I'm not saying that correctly, on reentry. Dear Superintendent, executive leaders, and school board members, please make sure to read this editorial from the Vashon Island Beachcomber newspaper. And she gives us a link, and this will be in the minutes, attached to the minutes of the meeting. Quote, how is it sensible to reopen now, unquote. There is, quote, no excuse for not doing this the right thing now, unquote. Quote, open quote, put children first by prioritizing safe workspaces for all school staff before opening up yet another new vector for the coronavirus to spread, unquote. Please consider the children, their families, our community. Put children first by pressing pause on reentry. Thank you sincerely, Cheryl. The next is from Sean Hulbert on the reopening plan. I am the husband of a school teacher, parent, community member, and former graduate of the Edmonds School District. I have been able to observe this year from all sides. Yesterday was the 100th day of kindergarten. I was putting on my shoes to leave and I heard the morning meeting my wife does to start every Zoom meeting. They greet each other one by one and each answers the morning question. The question was, what has been your favorite part of kindergarten in the first 100 days? Most of the students said art or fun projects in Seesaw, but one student said her favorite part had been having my wife as her teacher. My wife started to cry because she knows that she might not get to finish the year with the amazing group of students she has encouraged and grown with this year. The little girl was upset that she made her teacher cry, and my wife told her that they were happy tears, even though they weren't. She didn't want the young girl to feel bad, but because of this big shakeup, she might be in a new class with her third kindergarten teacher of the school, and this could have all been avoided. Students will be upset. I will continue to console my wife as she grieves the loss of the class she has come to know and loves this year. We must do better. Our teachers and students deserve no less. The next one is from Chia Jan Chang on reopening communication about the hybrid model. I'm a first grade teacher in Edmonds. I am writing to highlight the lack of transparency and lack of equity about impact versus intent in relation to last Friday's communication about reopening in a hybrid model. 1, the 2-day time period to make a decision which will impact family schedules, work, and childcare is neither equitable nor considerate to our families and staff. Childcare providers also need time to answer questions, plan how to adjust their schedules, and consider whether they are able to accommodate families. 2, the survey has omitted family members who are not listed as Guardian 1 in the student's Skyward account. It is unclear whether it was sent in any other language than English. It also assumes that all families have an email address or can do an online survey. Families will be automatically defaulted to in-person learning if they do not respond by tonight. This is neither equitable nor considerate. 3, there has not been transparency of what in-person learning looks like in the classroom. A short description of the safety measures, such as continuous mask wearing, maintaining 6 feet distance at all times, students required to stay in one spot, seated for most of the day and not being able to interact physically with others, including the teacher/staff, was not included in the body of the email communication. Families do not have the time or motivation to click on a link to a CDC handbook embedded in a long email. 4, the email communication appears to be in English only. Again, there is a link to the hybrid schedule, which does have a Spanish version, but it is lost in the middle of the email. If there are other language translations, they need to be easily and prominently accessible at the top of the message to be equitable to our non-English speaking families. At this time, more than ever, we need to work together for the mental, emotional, and academic health of our students, families, and staff. But Friday's communication has created a rift between all stakeholders. Please consider taking swift action to correct these vital issues before life-changing decisions need to be made. Thank you for committing to support of us. The next one is from Amelia Glass. The subject is "You are doing great." And it says, "Thank you guys for making it even possible for us to get a learning experience during school." And I'll read one more. Which is from Michael Walker on school reentry. "Greetings, ESD School Board and Superintendent Dr. Balderas. I'm a classified support staff member who has been on the fence about reopening our schools. While part of me longs to be back in a classroom environment with our students, the other half keeps referring back to the scientific data we have regarding being in group settings for prolonged amounts of time. At-home gatherings with people not in your household remain very restricted, and places like theaters, fitness studios, restaurants, and beauty salons are only allowing a 25% capacity. We are now moving forward with the decision to open our schools and back up for pre-K to second graders. For a mere 24 to 25 days of in-person instruction for second graders, 22 to 23 days and routines since the start of the school year. They are coming back into a classroom with expectations of getting to be with their friends, yet they will need to keep their distance from them as well as from teachers at all times, while also being masked and not seeing full facial expressions for a very large chunk of their day. I could go on and on about all of the many, many things we're going to need to do differently to keep our students as well as ourselves as safe as possible, from the very start of the day of arriving at school and walking in the hallways, to seating arrangements, to lunch, to recess, to bathroom visits, to sharing and not sharing items, to the end of the day of leaving school. And in between, we need to make time for the constant cleaning, sanitizing, and disinfecting that needs to happen. All of this for a couple dozen in-person instruction days. By the time we possibly have most of our daily routines somewhat figured out, the school year will be ending. It just does not seem worth it to me to open back up for the small amount of time we have left. And I'll turn it over to the next person.
Ms. Karen, I'm happy to go next. So we have Kimberly Baca on reopening schools. And Kimberly, excuse me, writes, "It seems that Edmonds is choosing to ignore the evidence of what prolonged school closures are doing for our teenagers. Are you aware that the city of San Francisco is suing its school district for refusing to open? From the city attorney's filing, quote, remote learning is having horrific mental health consequences for children. According to the Director of COVID Response for the UCSF Emergency Department, Dr. Jean Noble, the medical evidence is clear that keeping public schools closed is catalyzing a mental health crisis among school-aged children in San Francisco. Local emergency physicians, pediatricians, and pediatric psychiatrists report a significant increase in children of all ages demonstrating anxiety, depression, eating disorders, social withdrawal, and suicidal ideation. UCSF Benoit Children's Hospital of Oakland has seen a 66% increase in the number of suicidal children in the emergency room, a doubling of adolescents hospitalized for eating disorder, and 75% increase in youth seeking mental health services who require immediate hospitalization. In January 2021, UCSF Children's Emergency Department at Mission Bay reported the highest number of suicidal children seen and treated in the emergency department on record. End quote. There's so much data to support the need to reopen our schools, yet the best you can do is open on a hybrid model for K2, ? With all due respect, as much as those kids need to be back in school, first graders are not grappling with profound depression or learning about the loss of friends to suicide or drug overdoses. Our teens are. Schools across the country have been open since the fall. Private schools in our area have been open for months elsewhere in the world. Elsewhere in the world, schools have remained open. Childcare centers continue to operate. Cases have dropped by 82% nationwide since January 8th, and now you decide to condemn these kids? Some of them will die or despair of drug overdoses. My kids know 4 who already have. You must do better for these kids. Try to remember what you were here to do. Hint, it's about the students. And sorry, it's a little hard to move through. I'm afraid, am I skipping? Okay, I've got Eva Talmadge next. Did I skip one?
That's correct.
Okay, sorry, Eva Talmadge.
You're right.
Okay, thank you. On reentry. Eva writes, please submit the following to the school board to be read at tonight's meeting. Whether our children choose to remain in remote or return in hybrid for phase 2, it is imperative that they remain with the school cohort. We have asked so much of them these last 12 months. You, the school district, has asked so much of our students. You have made the decision. You have told them their new normal. You have not asked for their input. Now you are asking parents of K2 grade to make a very difficult decision for their children. Do not take away what consistency they already have. It is imperative to their emotional and mental health that you group together as many children with teachers and students from their current schools. It is imperative to their education that this standard that you continue to inflexibly hold, that they continue with familiar faces in the new learning model. Adults and fellow students who know them, adults and fellow students whom they know. For example, if a school has 4 second grade classes and enough students to choose a remote to fill a classroom, ask one of those teachers to remain remote with these students. Allow a cohort of teachers already supporting these students to work together in a shuffle of students to continue to support them. Don't ask students to leave their teacher and fellow students for a district rebalance. Allow the principals to work with the teachers in this reshuffle within the schools. Do not dump the students in a district pool to be partitioned out. The idea of such an action is repulsive, and to do so would be the actions of educators who truly care nothing for their students. Of a board who truly puts their politics in front of the health of their students, of a board who cares more for their appearance than the actual well-being of students. Regard, Eva Talmadge, parent. Next is Crystal McIlwain. And Crystal says, I would like to encourage the board to approve the current return to school plan currently. The board should also consider reopening the rest of the days more quickly than the amount of time it took to get these 2 days of in-person learning. Our children who are capable of attending school are suffering. Next, we have Lydia Biddle on the reentry survey. Dear members of the school board, I'm writing with 2 concerns and questions regarding reentry. First, does the district plan on clarifying details of reentry for the older grades? On Friday, families were told that there will be in-person opportunities for 3rd to 12th graders, yet staff was told that these grades will remain remote for the remainder of the school year. Do you plan on communicating this with families so they may make an informed decision? Second, will you consider giving more time to families and staff to fill out the reentry survey? Families and staff were given 2 days to decide on hybrid versus remote for the remainder of the school year. Will families be given support to complete the survey? Safety protocols have not yet been fully described, and families and staff have so many questions and are afraid of making the wrong choice. Please extend this deadline and clarify details with families. Next is Sarah Bode. And Sarah says, to say that Friday's email about Edmonds reopening schools was a disappointment is an understatement. It is time that the Edmonds School District do better for their students. Stop ignoring the data and start to make a plan for in-person learning to resume at 100% capacity come fall for all students. Choosing to ignore data, choosing to ignore the declining mental health of teenagers, choosing to follow other large districts models of remaining remote must stop now. What if ESD came up with a groundbreaking plan to get students back in person and were the leaders in the state? Here's a tip. Other states have figured out how to get students back into the classroom successfully. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's already been created. Just lost my place. Let's see. Can you tell me what
Looking
number?
for line 31. Line
Number
31.
31.
Thank you. Carla Mervin is next. It seems that Edmonds is choosing to ignore the evidence of what prolonged school closures are doing to our teenagers. Wait, I just did that one.
Karen, those looks like those at least a couple of the paragraphs were duplicated in the Kimberly Baca, but I think
Okay,
if
yeah.
you go to the final 3, I think those are new.
Okay, I'll just read it real quick anyway. So it's like, thanks, Anne. It's a little difficult to scroll through here. It seems that Edmonds is choosing to ignore the evidence of what prolonged school closures are doing for our teenagers. Remote learning is having horrific mental health consequences for children, according to the director of COVID response at the UCSF Emergency Department. The medical evidence is clear that keeping public schools closed is catalyzing a mental health crisis among school-age children in San Francisco. Local emergency physicians, pediatricians, and pediatric psychiatrists report a significant increase in children of all ages demonstrating anxiety, depression, eating disorders, social withdrawal, and suicidal ideation. UCSF Benoff Children's Hospital of Oakland has seen a 66% increase in the number of suicidal children in the emergency room, a doubling of adolescent hospitalized for eating disorders, and a 75% increase in youth seeking mental health services who require immediate hospitalization. The CDC also just recently published data about how the reopening of schools was necessary to prevent the decline in academic progress, as well as to overcome the staggering statistics of teen suicide and depression. There is so much data to support the need to reopen our schools, yet the best you can do is open a hybrid model for K-2. With all due respect, as much as these kids need to be back in school, first graders are not grappling with profound depression or learning about the lost friends or suicide or drug overdoses our teens are. Schools across the country have been open since fall with no negative health consequences. Please start to think about the kids versus just the teachers. Teachers have appropriate PPE to keep the spread of the virus at bay, and we have substitute teachers volunteering to go back into the classrooms where FTE teachers are not yet comfortable. Things need to change before we all pull our kids out and move to private school options. And I can do another, or Gary, if you want to go. Let's see where we.
I can start.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
I got it. The next one is from Kevin Hodder. And he says, Our school district, along with many others, has been dealing with an issue the last few years regarding a shortage of substitutes. Some of the elementary schools in our district are especially affected based upon their school start end time, i.e. substitute positions often get filled first for the earlier start schools. Substitute positions not being filled has resulted in classrooms being combined, pushing room capacities beyond what is safe/reasonable. Teachers are often forced to teach larger groups without compensation or support from the district. This practice cannot continue. With this in mind, how does the district plan to address this issue, especially with the added challenges of COVID and current efforts to reopen the schools while a large majority of our teachers still remain unvaccinated? Also, there is still confusion and concern among staff/families in our district regarding the school reopening process. It is a reality that inequities exist across the district. Schools with diverse and/or struggling socioeconomic populations experience unique challenges not found in schools with larger parent support and populations from higher socioeconomic levels. The students/schools in our districts that need the most support often don't get it. With regards to the pandemic, schools with a higher socioeconomic populations may likely have more families electing to stay remote versus schools with populations where families are possibly facing extreme economic hardships may likely choose in-person instruction. As such, how does the district plan to support schools/teachers that have more students returning in-person instruction compared with those that have larger remote learning populations? Next one is from Maria Scott. Dear School Board and Superintendent Balderas, the day that I am writing this comment is February 23rd. This evening, families and staff are turning to their intent forms. For many families and staff, the decision is heavy and difficult. You see, I teach kindergarten in our district. Often I feel like I set the tone for the student educational career and the relationship families have with the district. I strive to be engaging, fun, and creative with my students. I want them to fall in love with learning. While this year has had difficulties, out of my 19 students, 18 regularly attend Zoom's classes. Despite teaching online, we've built an amazing community in our classroom. Students have found best friends despite having never met in person. Friendships that could last for years to come. I say could because with the intent forms families are filling out this evening, my students might not be placed in the same class as their best friend. Instead of nurturing these friendships, we are ripping kids apart. Instead of maintaining a relationship of trust with me, their first teacher ever, they are being wrenched away from the only form of school that they've ever known and the only class they've ever known. Kids are resilient. I am sure my kinders will rebound and build new relationships, but it seems ridiculous to drag them into new classes with new teachers when they will only be in these in-person classes for slightly over 20 days. Today, one of my kindergarten students wrote a comment on Seesaw. I don't want a new teacher. How am I supposed to respond to that? Next one is Andy Simonson. I would like to understand how you'll get seniors back to high school. Sports is starting and private schools shows getting back to school can be done. You're only a senior once. Get them back in class hybrid model so they can finish out their year. If sports can start, so can learning in the classroom, at best for seniors. Then Cat Webb. Our district itself on quote, all means all, unquote. However, the MOU suggests that otherwise by leaving AECC, that's Alderwood Early Childhood Center, the district's preschool mandated to serve special education students from 3 to 5 years of age, to not include students in the stage 2 reopening plan. Our school serves primarily children with special needs, the youngest students where it has been shown time and time again, early intervention works. Yet the majority, almost 200 students, would be left out of in-person learning and made to continue virtual without the option of attending in person. Please consider this as you decide whether to approve or amend the MOU. And the last one is from Kyra Rengstorff. I am deeply concerned with the way AVID, AVID, has been dropped on the North Quad schools. There was no draft 5 process for the decision to implement AVID, which left teachers, the union, and even some district folks in the dark. This is unprecedented and not how we want our district leadership to operate. Implementing AVID without expanding periods for students will lead to depleting FTE and other departments over time. This, in addition to full phase of Core 24 at the high school level and the pandemic, is a huge hit to our elective programs. The district is going against their own advice. The task force formed several years ago decided against AVID because it would be too damaging to electives in a 6-period model. I have no doubt the program would be beneficial to students, but not at the great cost of shrinking our elective opportunities for students. Likewise, the lack of transparency and apparent secrecy with which this was announced is very disturbing. And that is the end of the public comments.
Thank you, directors, and thank you for those comments. Next, we have our, if there are questions, I hope the superintendent and staff have been keeping track. I know there were several questions asked during the public comments, and hopefully some of those can be answered in the very near future. Next, we have our consent agenda. Do I hear a motion?
I move to approve.
I second it. It's Nancy.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, this is Ann. I just wanted to mention the MOU that's included and give my thanks to the district bargaining team and the Edmonds Education Association members who were part of that. I know it was a very difficult task, and I appreciate the work that's gone into it. I wish that we could have done differently on some things and better, but we're in a very difficult time. We're still in the middle of the pandemic and having to make decisions that are not what we all would like for our kids, but we are searching to find a path through that tries to provide benefit for the greatest number of students possible. So I would like to acknowledge the work and thank those who had input into the final provisions.
I'd also like to make a comment about the MOU. First of all, like Ann, I'd like to acknowledge the time and energy that was given by everyone who participated in the bargaining process for both the district and for EEA. And I want to thank them for their efforts in trying to put together a reentry plan that would address the needs of everyone involved. I think it's important for the public to know that no board members sit in on negotiations. We are apprised of progress during the bargaining process, and we're able to vote our interests, concerns, and questions. But the final agreement is determined by the people who are sitting at the bargaining table. Unfortunately, there is no perfect solution to this dilemma, and there's no plan that would make everyone happy and also be able to meet the various challenges posed by the health and safety guidelines that are put forth by the CDC, the Department of Health, the Governor's Office, and OSPI, as well as the challenges of our limited resources in terms of staff, space, buses, and more. To be very honest, I simply don't like this plan. And if I were God of all reentry plans, this would not have been what I would have put forth. That being said, it is the product of many hours of deliberation by knowledgeable and caring people. I think the part of the plan that I like the best may be the next to last paragraph in the MOU that says, quote, "Both parties recognize that the current situation is fluid and agree to ongoing negotiations as circumstances change and/or state and/or federal expectations are updated accordingly. I'm not going to enumerate all the things I don't like about the plan. You guys have done a good job in your comments and your emails to us. But what I will do is share with you my thoughts on what I think, what I believe the district can do to try to make this plan work as well as possible to meet students' needs. I think for students in K-2 classes who choose in-person learning, I'm very concerned about the 3 asynchronous days. I'm hoping that every teacher who is providing the in-person learning gives as much attention to the 3 asynchronous days as to the 2 in-person days for these students. While they're not with the kids, they give assignments. In my mind, that means that students will be given meaningful assignments that require them to prepare some type of products to show that their teacher, either through using technology or in person the next time they meet. For example, it might look like reading a book and then drawing a picture and or writing a summary that describes what happens, but something that keeps them learning during that time and that they can do on their own to the extent that they've done Zoom classes on their own. And I've seen kindergartners that do great on Zoom. For students in grades 3 to 12, I'm hoping that the activities that are developed and provided as part of the hubs will meet students' social emotional needs, as well as supporting their learning and enhancing their thinking skills. I also hope that district staff monitor these activities to ensure that no matter what school a kid might attend, there are equitable opportunities being provided at every site. And I hope that mechanisms are put into place by the district to ensure that students who are the neediest, both academically and socially, are identified and that their needs are addressed as fully as possible. I'm especially concerned about middle and high school kids and the lack of connections happening during remote learning. I'd like to see the district figure out how we can do a few things. One, I'd like to see some problem solving in terms of placing virtual backgrounds on Chromebooks for Zoom and requiring kids to turn on their video to see each other and their teachers. I'd like to see revisiting the schools that currently have class periods of 25 minutes so that all our secondary kids have periods of a reasonable length so that teachers can check in with every student personally during every period. And I'd like to have students and families be able to self-identify for mental health needs. There's a resource for all students and families to be able to meet with a professional if they need to. This information was sent out to all families by the district in an email about 3 weeks ago, and it's going to be posted on the district website as, I think, a very valuable resource. I think it's important that the district start bringing kids back to in-person learning, even in a very imperfect model. I think we can learn a lot from this experience to help us build upon what we learned from it to begin planning for the fall and move toward getting back to all in-person learning. Thank you.
Other comments? I guess I would just like to add just a very short statement. You know, I also do thank everyone who worked so hard to get us to where we are, moving into stage 2 of our reentry plan. I'm really, really happy and excited that we're doing it, frankly, but I'm deeply sorry that it looks less and less likely that the district will be able to provide return to the traditional classroom this spring for the rest of our students. As others pointed out, our resources are limited, and it just seems like at this time we can't promise this. But I would want to also point out that the board will be monitoring the ongoing process of bringing kids back to school, and we'll be watching the larger context, whether health and safety constraints can be loosened, whether we can do more with less, whether we learn some things about how to mobilize our resources more efficiently. And if there's a way to do it, we'll be asking for it. I'm especially and personally disappointed for our secondary students, probably because I have one who's in the schools right now and who is struggling along with all the other kids. But I think it's been a long shot for a while, frankly, because, and I wanted to kind of point out that one of the reasons why it's hard to bring secondary students back in particular in the traditional way is because of the requirements for smaller cohorts. We can't have students moving from class to class and mingling with many groups of different students in the same day. And so we're limited also by how many students teachers can meet with also. And so that makes it very difficult for us to organize a more traditional approach to secondary schooling at this time. I'm hopeful about the hubs. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to, we're beginning with our students who are most in need of in-person services, but I'm hopeful that we'll be able to expand capacity and think about different ways that we can connect students through these hub models. I'm interested to see how the activity that will be offered to the high school students, how that will unfold, and I'm excited about sports season, even though they're shorter, but that's always been an important part of our family's experience. And finally, as always, maybe it's I know it's the parent leader in me. I call on the district to talk to your parent volunteers, make sure that their background checks are up to date. Probably a lot of us haven't filled out the form this year because we've been remote. And be ready to call on these everyday heroes, frankly. These are our parent volunteers have such a significant role to play in our schools in good times. And I think now during the COVID, I think that they will eagerly come out and support the school district to increase capacity and bring more kids back. So that's it.
So Director Kilgore, I just now, as everyone's speaking, I just want to reiterate that I really do appreciate the grace, professionalism and dedication of everyone involved in the education of our students in the Edmonds School District. And I really appreciate all the comments tonight, the comments from our parents, teachers, admin, and I'm really looking forward to the day when we are not grappling with this global pandemic and the restrictions it puts upon us. So that I just wanted to share that I really appreciate everyone's dedication to this.
Yeah, I just agree with what everybody has said. It's an imperfect system that we're putting in place, but it certainly, is really the absolute best that we could come up with that meets all the requirements of social distancing, cohort size, and every other requirement that we have to deal with the COVID crisis. So it's certainly not an ideal configuration we're putting in, but it is absolutely the very best that we could come up with that actually complies with all the requirements and also complies with the amount of resources that we have. And I'll just mention one thing that people probably don't realize about resources, and that's buses. We bus all our kids. We're a high bus district. A high percentage of our children are bused. And one of the restrictions is now we can only put one kid in a seat on a bus. Normally we put two kids on a seat, on each seat in the bus. And for the younger kids, sometimes we put 3 kids per seat. And so that automatically halves or even more than halves our bus capacity, but we have the same amount of kids that we're trying to get into school. So just one extra little kind of constraint that people may not even realize exists, but we have a lot of things that are just like that. And we did our best to come up with the best plan that we could within all the restraints that we had. And I just want to really thank the negotiating teams, both on the district side and the EEA side. I think you came up with a marvelous plan that meets the needs of everything, and I appreciate all the work you put into it.
Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, may I call for a roll call vote, please?
Director McMurray,
Is Allison here?
Director McMurray,
Aye.
Director Noble,
Aye.
Director Chase,
Aye.
Director Kadams,
Aye.
Director Kilgore,
Aye. And the motion passes. The consent agenda passes. Thank you again, everyone, for your hard work and consideration. Next, we have let's see. Oh, thank you. Next, we have a celebration. Dr. Balderas?
Yes, and just want to introduce Principal Andrea Hillman, who's going to be speaking regarding our 8 district teachers that have earned their national board certification, which we're extremely proud of. And just congratulations to the staff that got to this point, and want to really just, again, this is a pretty phenomenal recognition, and just really appreciate their effort. So I am going to turn it over to Andrea Hillman, the principal, Scriberly.
Thank you, Dr. Balderas. Thanks for inviting me here, really very humbly, because I didn't do any of the work, but I am just so pleased to announce that we have 8 people in our district who earned their national board certification, and 5 of them are at my school. And so it's just such a privilege and an honor to recognize these wonderful teachers, and unique because it's not often that so many teachers in the same school get certified at the same time. So do you want me to read their names? They're on the screen, and I know that some of them are tuning in. So anyway, we are just so elated. After they certified, we were so proud, and they were so excited, and 5 of them did it together. So 4 of them are special education teachers, and 1 of them is our speech language pathologist. And anyway, they were all kind of nervous that they, 1 of them might have gotten their boards and another one hadn't. But once we all realized that everybody got them, it was really exciting. And then not too long after that, I got contacted by the National Board Organization themselves, and they wanted to tell me that our school is in the top 5 in the nation for the number of people who qualified for their boards. So it is pretty impressive, and we are just so proud of them. And all of them are serving students in person already. They've been serving students since the 19th of January. And so we're so happy to have students that are neediest in our district on ground at our schools, and they just have the best teachers that they could ever hope for, that are working for them and on their behalf and with them. So we're elated, and we do have a small celebration later on this week to celebrate them also. So anyway, thank you for inviting me and sharing and celebrating not only our 5, but all 8 from the district.
I really miss the celebration that we normally would have in person, and because it's such an accomplishment for these teachers, and especially in a year like this, I would imagine it's especially tough to do your boards during this particular year. So congratulations, everyone. And thank you for your service to the district. Okay. Next, we have a student presentation from Sherwood Elementary.
Now I'm going to turn it over to Christy Kessler here in a second.
Do you want me to speak? Oh, it's going ahead.
Thanks, Christy.
Why is it important to treat people kindly?
Because it makes other people happy in the end.
What did Martin Luther King think about treating people kindly? What do you think?
You would treat everybody the same.
Okay. And how do you treat people kindly?
I wouldn't yell at them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't fight them. I would share my toys.
Yeah.
Drive them around with my motor.
A reason we should be kind to everyone is because that way we don't have wars. We don't have fights. If we're kind to everyone, no one gets hurt in war because we don't have wars. We might still have wars, but that's only with other countries. But if we become friends with the other countries, the other people from the country, the people from the other country, we won't have wars. And something Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was fighting for is just peace, freedom. He wanted everyone to be treated the same. White, black, everyone. So I think that he's right. And when I grow up, I'm going to try to do the same.
He was very brave. He was very brave because he stood up for equality, and even though he knew there would be consequences, he still did what was right.
So there were protests, like the Black people were protesting, and there were a bunch of cops there, like telling them to stop, but they wouldn't stop because Martin Luther King wanted white people and Black people to be treated the same way.
On the outside, it looks different, but in the inside, it's actually not different at all. You need to respect everybody, even if they have a wheelchair, anything. It's just how they're born. It doesn't matter if they're different. It just matters if you care for them.
A person that is racist is a person who judges people by not their character and their personality, but instead judge by their looks and their skin and how big they are and how small they are and their skin color, their hair color, and what they look like, their size.
It's serious stuff, and I don't think most people understand how badly it can affect someone.
I think we should notice each other's color, but we should respect it, not like treat it differently. Mm-hmm. Not just seeing like no color, but we should see color, but we should respect it. Mm-hmm.
And I like being different because you're different from everyone else, and you can be different with your hair or your skin color or your personality. And that just makes me feel like having friends that are different than you just brings me so much joy.
I think that might be the end of the video. Can I jump in right now?
Sure.
Perfect. So thank you, Dr. Balderas and the school board and district staff for having us here this evening. So to give a little bit of context for our video, every year we celebrate Dr. Martin Luther King Day, and we participate in another week called Kindness for All Week. And we do different activities during that week, as well as at other times during the year too, that celebrate and encourage us to understand the differences and be kind to one another. So what we did this year to kick off we did two things to kick off our assembly. We had 3 of our students sing the Black National Anthem, Lift Every Voice and Sing. And we interviewed students at every grade level, asking them about the importance of being kind, why it was important to understand Dr. King's message, and talked about racism and how to treat people. So you saw a 5-minute clip of that. That was actually a closer to 35-minute clip of many of the kids at Sherwood. So I have a few 6th graders who are here with me tonight, and our school psychologist, Anna Shumway, who was instrumental in making all of this happen. And Audrey Rothmeyer and Kaya McCormick and Catherine Marquardt is, I don't know if Juliana Brown is here or not, but she was another student, but they volunteered to come and kind of talk a little bit about what they, about what they believe is why it's important that we need to understand people's differences, and how we kind of talk about that at Sherwood. And then Kai and Kate, if you wanted to talk at all about why you chose to sing Lift Every Voice and Sing, you could do that. There's someone who wants to start.
I don't know if Kate wants to go first. I'm fine going first. Either way, whatever you think's best.
Go ahead, Kaya.
Okay, so I decided to participate in singing Lift Every Voice and sing because I felt it was pretty important, not just to do it just because I was bored. No, I wasn't bored. I felt like I should do it because I felt like it was a respectful thing to do. And also it seemed like not many people were kind of like, hey, I want to do it. And I was like, well, it would probably help not just me out, but everybody at Sherwood out if I volunteered to do something like that. So it was important to me personally, and I'm sure to Kate as well, to participate in singing that song. So it was important to me.
Kate, do you want to say anything about that or about understanding people's differences?
Yeah, thanks. So first off, with about how me and Kaya were participating in singing that song, I think that kind of the message in there is talking about how we have to lift everyone's voice, and how it's kind of talking about equality and the unity of people. And I just, yeah. And secondly, I think that what we do at our school with Kindness for All Week and all of the assemblies we would normally have about Martin Luther King and just overall learning about all of that, I think that is important because first off, I think that it's also important to learn about what's happened in the past and how by thinking about what people have done in the past and how they weren't treated fairly and equally, that we can kind of come together and make sure that those things don't happen in the future. and how that's not fair, and how people were treated in such a way. I think it's important for all of us to learn that.
Thank you, Kate. Audrey, do you have any thoughts that you want to share with us?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I think that it is important that we understand people's differences at Sherwood, because we share a lot during class time, and we really get to know our classmates. And sometimes they come from different places, or they celebrate different traditions or holidays with their families. And I find it really interesting to learn about that, because I don't know about it. And I think that at Sherwood, we encourage our other classmates to share, and at some other places, kids don't get to do that. So I think Kindness for All Week especially is important for those kids to share their, I don't know, ideas and stuff like that.
Thanks, Audrey. Kaya?
Yeah, I just wanted to add another thing really fast. I felt that with the whole Kindness for All Week thing, I feel like it's probably like the most important days of like the whole school year. Not only, like what Kate said and Audrey said, not only are we participating and learning about Martin Luther King, but we're learning about how we can be more kind every day to other people at our school and outside of school. And I feel like that week is very important, not just that week in general, but I think that overall, that kindness is probably the most important thing in life for the most part. So I feel like Kindness for All Week is a very important thing to recognize. So, yeah.
Thanks. Kate, you had your hand up.
Yes, I would like to add something on. So with what Audrey said, I think that what she said is very relevant. And I just wanted to say that with what she was saying about people's differences, I think that that's true, and how I think that people shouldn't be pushed away by their differences, but my cat's starting to come up, sorry. We should come together in them, and they can be fascinating sometimes. And I think that you shouldn't be let down or bullied about your differences, maybe your beliefs or how you look, but instead with what we do at Sherwood, you're kind of lifted up and realizing that you're great, and different, like what matters on the sorry. It only really matters what's on the inside, and how even the differences can make you a better person, I guess.
Thank you, girls, so much. So I just wanted to give, if anybody has any questions for any of us, we'd be happy to answer any questions. But I do want to give a big shout out to our school psychologist, Ms. Shumway, because she came up with this idea of Kindness for All Week, and has just been doing it for years and years, and it's really become such a great great focal point for our school. So thank you, Ms.
Any questions from the board?
This is Karen. I really appreciate your thoughtful comments, and really, as kindness is the most important day and most important thing in life too. That's a really good reminder for all of us, particularly in this pandemic. So Kaya, I really appreciate you saying that. And also with this whole Sherwood presentation, I was really struck and appreciate having from first grade, the younger kids to the older students, and being able to see the growth and articulation and thoughtful sophistication as the students were able to express themselves as they grew and learned. And I really appreciated that. And I'm glad that I'm assuming that was an intentional part of the presentation, but it really struck me, and really appreciate that part of it. And I was just wondering whose idea was that?
Well, I think, Christy and I were really desperately missing our casual everyday contact, being able to swoop into any room and out at recess and into the library to talk to kids. And every year I always try to have a project that brings Kindness for All Martin Luther King together And I always want it to be not information that we simply just present to kids at our assembly, but that they create that knowledge and present it themselves. And we were just talking after school one day and just thought, wouldn't it be great if we'd interview kids from every grade level and just get their thoughts? And I was like, oh God, that'll take forever. And then we thought we just couldn't get our minds off that idea. And it turns out that the Sherwood kids had a lot of things to say.
I believe you have the link for the 30-minute video if you would like to watch that at some point.
Yes, and it doesn't have any glitches either. It's actually, it's perfect. So it's,
Well, you know, I really appreciate that Audrey, Catherine, and Kaya were able to be here and share with us tonight. We really appreciate it very much.
the song is lovely too, by the way. It's amazing. There's one more girl who's not here who sang, and it's a very, it's not a very long song, but it's fabulous. So you guys should watch that too.
So this is Nancy Kadams. I want to thank all of you so much, the kids in particular, for coming. This was a highlight, to put it mildly. I'm curious, what are some examples of some activities that the kids do during the Kindness for All week? And to what extent is this sort of broader, reminded or throughout the year, and it's great because obviously if you do it every year and you have different grade levels, the kids build their understanding and knowledge, across the years. But I'm curious how it's reinforced through the various things that might be going on at Sherwood.
Well, a lot of the activities change every year. We always have a huge art activity that will culminate in something that everybody does that embraces a theme, for that year. And then there's a lot of literature sharing, really throughout the whole month of January that has to do with Martin Luther King or, racism or any of those things. That goes for the whole month. We have kids announcing acts of kindness that kind of go on for that whole month of January as well, in the morning and the announcements. So a lot of things carry over. But of course, our belief in all of our motto at Sherwood is be kind, be safe, and be a learner. So that just goes well with everything that we talk about every day with all the kids.
And I see Kai has his hand up. I'd love to hear his response.
Before I continue, I just wanted to point this out. It's totally fine. I'm actually a girl, but hey, it's all right. We all make mistakes.
I'm sorry. I need to ask for pronouns.
Hey, it's okay. No problem. I'm not upset in any way. But if it's all right with you all, I would want to kind of explain an act of kindness that I have done and I've seen some other people do at our school. Is for sometimes last year I had a friend who had broken her leg, and then I also had another friend that broke her arm. And sometimes when she would go to lunch and she would get like hot lunch and she'd have a tray, she couldn't carry it because she had her broken arm. So a lot of the time, and she wouldn't even ask me, I'd just go up there, I'd be like, hey, do you need help? Like, because I see your arm's clearly broken, like maybe you need help having your lunch taken to your room. And even if she was in a totally different class than me, to me it didn't matter. I just felt like it was really the right thing to do. And there's also some other kids that would help her out too, and some other kids that were hurt and perhaps couldn't take their lunch back to their seat as well as perhaps me, for instance. So I just felt that was really important to help her. And it's just something I wanted to point out.
That's a great example. Thank you. Also, I want to point out that one of our student advisors is named Kai, and that is he, him. So I think that was just in my head from the name. But y'all are great. And that's a really wonderful example, the kind of thing we all should be doing all the time.
This is Anne. I just want to acknowledge how great it is that for you students and for the adults working with you, that you're really looking to move from just knowing something to living it, to feeling it, experiencing it, and claiming it for yourselves, because that's when real change happens. And the goal of any sort of education, any sort of learning, is to have it, be able to embody it and to live it out and have it change who you are. So it sounds like that is absolutely what's happening. It's the challenge that you've embraced, and I just want to say congratulations and well done.
Thank you so much. And enjoy your evening, and thank you. I've learned a lot from your presentation and I really enjoyed it, and yay, come back and visit us again next year.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have our reports. First, we have our reentry update. Dr. Balderas?
So thank you, President Kilgore. We can we screen share? Here we go. So we're going to start with this, but we also want to let the board know that we do have a deeper dive discussion over data. I know that we've talked about social emotional data that we've been collecting, as well as graduation data, and what we're doing right now to make sure our kids are catching up. And that's at the next board meeting. We're gonna have a study session, but also during the regular session have our building principals and staff be able to share what's actually happening in practice at our high schools specifically. So I just wanted to frame that for the board for the next studies, for the next board meeting that's in March. So again, we do want to provide these regular updates for the board, and I'm going to turn it over to Dana, who will begin. Thank you, Dana.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dana Giesland, Assistant Superintendent here in the district. And we can move to the next slide. So we've been talking a lot tonight about our reentry plan, and we're really excited to have more kids in the building and serve them in person. Of course, our current stage is stage 1, where we've served around 150 students in person. And then in addition, we've had an e-hub that has served students who are experiencing homelessness. We've started to have some hubs at our secondary schools, and then some athletics and some things. So we will be, since this MOU has now been approved for our stage 2, we will be moving this blue box over to stage 2 and serving some more students. It's a tentative start date of March 22nd, depending on if we need we're getting student intent forms back, we're getting staff intent forms back, and it is a puzzle to put all those together. We want to be really thoughtful and in solving that puzzle. And so as we move into stage 2, we're just thrilled to start with our second graders and then move on to some other grade levels. And we'll talk about that in just a minute. But now I'm going to turn it over to Craig Schwab, and he's going to talk to you about a few things.
Hi, good evening, everyone. If we could go to the next slide, please. My name is Greg Schwab, and I'm Assistant Superintendent. So I wanted to first talk about the hubs that we have running at our middle schools and high schools. We are currently focusing on supporting our English learners, both newcomers and beginners. And we've served a total of 68 students in total at our middle schools and high schools in this first group. And now that we have the stage 2 MOU in place, our plans will be to add additional students in the coming weeks to coincide with that stage 2, with those stage 2 hub plans. So we'll be working actively to get that up and running as quickly as possible. So I'm hopeful that when we, at our next board meeting, I'll have an update for you on where we are with that planning. And if we go to the next slide. Could we go to the next slide, please? There we go. If we could go back one. Thank you. I just wanted to share a couple of photos. These are some photos from our middle schools and high schools of the hubs and the students that we've been serving there in these first couple of weeks. And it's been great to see students in the building again.
Hey,
all right.
Greg,
Yeah, go ahead, Karen.
Just where is that bottom right picture with the blue floor?
That's at Meadowdale Middle School.
Okay.
Yeah, they're using their gym. Okay. All right, if we could go to the next slide. I also wanted to share an update on athletics. We began our fall sports practices yesterday. And so we have football, boys tennis, boys and girls cross country, girls soccer, and girls swim and dive. And I also wanted to share that while we have paused the conditioning hubs that we started earlier this month, we will be restarting those hubs again in April once we have spring sports start. And the reason for that is because we have all of our fields and gym spaces are taken up right now with fall sports. And so once we go to spring sports, all those are outdoor activities. So we'll be able to reopen conditioning hubs indoors beginning in April. And I just wanted to share this quote from a high school athlete who shared today that she said, "The last 2 days have been the best of my entire year. It's amazing how coming to volleyball affects every other part of my life. It makes every single part of my life better." So it's just exciting again that we're able to get kids back and what an impact it's making to give our students a little bit of a sense of normalcy. So with that, I think I'll hand it back to Dana.
Thanks, Greg. And next slide. Just a quick recap around the stage 2 reentry. So as we talked about before, our student staff intent forms are being collected, and we will be calculating those and taking a look at in-person and remote students, families who have chosen in-person or remote, and then looking at our class lists and trying to keep things as whole as possible, and then looking at what staff members we have available to do to serve each of those groups. The model is a hybrid, of course, A-B, with Wednesdays being asynchronous for everyone. It's a phase start for the following students. Grade 2 is starting, and like again, we said, we tentatively hope that will be March 22nd. Our intensive support and our ISES special education programs will also come back on that day. And so that will make it really so at the elementary level, all of our self-contained special education programs will be back in an in-person model. Then following will be grade 1 and Madrona Primary. And then lastly, our kindergarten, ECAP preschool, and AECC preschool will start with 25 to 30 students and the capacity to move on with some more students later in the spring. So that's just a quick recap of stage 2, and kind of open it up to you all if there's questions.
The people who had it in the comments, even though we as a board have discussed this, I think it's good for the public to know, and that is the question was about what percentage of the intent forms would you consider valid, I think was the phrasing, and a concern over those who may not have responded, or if it's in other languages. So if that could really be explained in more detail so the public understands how every parent is being reached out to.
So we have sent out the intent form in multiple languages, as well as contacting families in their home language. We have lots of follow-up calls coming and emails and texts coming from the school building to our families. And our buildings are working really hard to make sure that we talk with every family that's humanly possible. And so sometimes we're taking that data over the phone to just get the actual intent of what families would like to do, and to answer questions and those kind of things. Several of our buildings have had Q&A sessions and sent out extended communications to answer the questions that have come up, because there's some of the questions are repeats and frequently asked. And so our building administrators and staff are doing an incredible job of reaching out to our families. Victor, would you like to speak to some of the work that your team has done to reach out?
Yeah, schools and my equity team, the equity team is, they're helping with all the needs for translation and interpretation and making phone calls. And so far, schools are doing a really good job making those phone calls and using our online system, phone system, and then also calling for support. So every school is doing pretty great right now. Thank you.
And Dr. Kadams, our goal is to reach every family. Of course, 100% is our goal. Right now we have about a 75% response rate, but like we had kind of talked about before, we don't have a lot of them entered if people have given it to us over the phone or when we've made a personal outreach. So that data will be entered tomorrow, and we will continue to work diligently to get responses from families.
Thank you. I think this might go to Greg. Can you talk a little bit more about these activities that high school students might expect to participate in, and when that might happen, and
Yeah.
what it's going to look like?
That's a great question. So we will be meeting this week. I think one of the first things that we have to do is identify who are those teachers that want to offer activities, and what are those activities that they're going to offer. We do have some activities going on, some clubs and different groups that could move into meeting in person in the afternoons. But we also want to find out what else our staff would want to offer in the afternoon, so that we know then what we can let students know. Here are the opportunities that schools are going to activities that schools are going to offer. So that's a meeting we're actually going to have this week on Thursday with principals to start working on that next step to define what those afternoon activities are going to be and what the menu of things that we can provide for students in the afternoon. So it's exciting that we're going to have that opportunity to provide some things to kids.
Greg, as a follow-up to that, I'm wondering how, what mechanisms are going to be in place to ensure that there's equitable access to the activities, so it's not completely dependent on what teachers at what school, but that there be similar activities available to kids no matter what school they go to.
Yeah, that's again a great question, and I think we'll be figuring that out. I don't know that I have an answer for you tonight. I think we need to start just identifying what are those activities and making sure that we have similar activities. I have a feeling we're going to have some very similar activities. Music as an example. I think our music teachers are going to want to get kids back and have an opportunity to have them perform together in the afternoons. So again, I think we need to start with what do we have, and then we need to work out from there. So I hope to come back to you next week with an update and some more information to share, but we've got to have those conversations this week. So.
Anything else, board? Thank you for this report. It's good to see us moving forward. Okay. Next, we have a levy update.
Hello. So I'm Harmony Weinberg, and I'm the communications manager for the Edmonds School District. Thank you, Board of Directors, for letting me have some time today to talk about the 2021 capital levy. I also have Lydia Selly, who is our Executive Director of Business and Finances, here to answer questions, as well as Ed Peters, who is our Capital Facilities Director. So let's get started. Next slide. So the question, so why do we need a capital levy? So first of all, I think it's important that everyone understands that school districts, including ours, seek funding to provide tools students need in order to attend safe and well-maintained learning environments. The state does not provide adequate funding for capital facilities. So the law allows districts to ask for local assistance through levies and bonds. So I think it's important that we are reminded of that. So why do we need this 2021 capital levy on April 27th? There are 4 key areas this capital levy will focus on. The first is make necessary improvements to maintain our buildings. The second is safety, security, and accessibility. Next is addressing capacity challenges. And then the 4th main point is replacing aging schools. So we want to explain how, next slide, thanks Terrell. We want to explain how it was decided to ask voters for the 2021 capital levy. And so here's the timeline of events. In the summer of 2019, the Facilities Advisory Committee determined that the cost of all district capital projects, these are the needed projects, not just the nice to have in a perfect world projects, totaled $1.7 billion. So the Facility Advisory Committee, which was made up of students, staff, parents, guardians, and community members, spent 2 years visiting all school buildings and coming to that total price tag for needed capital projects. Then the school board looked at the needs and approved the district to ask voters for a $600 million bond back in February of 2020. The bond was unsuccessful, Even with 56% of our community supporting the bond, we needed 60% by law to pass it. So in the summer of 2020, in the midst of a pandemic, the school board held a study session to examine capital funding options and review capital facility priorities. The board considered the projects that were not funded from the 2020 bond, the size of the next slide, of the earlier measures, and the impact of any new measures to future tax rates. Upon reviewing the outstanding projects, the board prioritized necessary improvements to maintain our buildings, safety, security, accessibility, improving capacity challenges, and completing phase 2 of Spruce Elementary and replacing Oak Heights Elementary. And then in October 2020, the board approved a capital levy to provide a $30 million a year levy for the next years, which is a total of $180 million. So next slide. So here's an important question. Why do a capital levy now? We have some critical needs in the district. If you think of your own home, if you put off one project, it often turns into several more projects and it ends up just costing you more. So when you think of our district, we need to put those same realities into our mind that the longer we wait, the more it's going to cost. And it's important that you know that the district has a plan that will not increase the tax rate you've been paying in 2020, 2019, and 2018. And we'll get to those numbers in just a little bit. So let's focus on the why behind, next slide, the necessary improvements. So we need to do this work for our roofs and gutters, boilers, building exteriors, and we also have heating, cooling, and ventilation systems. So the next slide, we want to show you a few pictures now and walk you through the work that needs to be done. So here's a look at College Place Elementary, and you can see there that it needs a new roof. The roof is more than 20 years old and it's at the end of its life cycle. Again, think of your home or any building and how important a roof is. It's important. So if we don't replace it soon, it will continue to be costly and just be more maintenance. Next slide. Now let's move over to Cedar Way Elementary School. And that is not just from a history book of a boiler. That is the current boiler. This is the original boiler from when the building was built in the 1950s. I don't think I need to say much more about that. Next slide. We have another one. I've never knew so much about HVAC and boilers. So here we are at Mount Lake Terrace High School, and you can see again here the boiler. And if you look in that small picture on the right of your screen, that is why we need a new HVAC system. So next slide. I want to talk a little bit about safety and security. So that part of the safety and security upgrades and would be fire alarm panels and sprinkler systems, improving fencing, gates, and signage, and district-wide accessibility improvements. Next slide. Now we want to talk about the capacity challenges in our district. 107% of our elementary schools are over capacity, and this overcrowding exists now, and it will likely continue for future growth in enrollment. So solutions to these challenges would include adding a building capacity for the existing overcrowding through installing relocatables or portables at some of our campuses. So here's a look at some of the, next slide. Here is a look at some of our relocatable classrooms. The district, fun fact, currently has 44 relocatables spread throughout our schools. So the purpose of these is to address the capacity challenges on these campuses. With the passing of the levy and building new schools, that would free up some of these portables at schools so we can move them, hence relocatables, relocate them to other campuses and provide some relief. And then the other capacity challenge and how we'd like to make improvements is the new sorry, it's Cheryl, next slide, is with new covered play areas for elementary schools. So these covered spaces would help with issues caused by gyms and cafeteria sharing spaces. So if you want to go to the next slide, Cheryl, we can give you an example of what that would look like and the space issue that could help alleviate. Next slides. So we would also in the capital levy be able to replace a couple of our aging schools. So first step would be to complete phase two of Spruce Elementary School. And you can see from this next slide, this is the current entrance to Spruce Elementary School. There's no, there are accessibility and security issues for the entrance. If you talk to office staff, they have no visibility to see who's coming and going, and it's just not designed for today's needs. Next slide. Also, Spruce's staff and students are pre-COVID are having to work in corridors due to the capacity issues at Spruce Elementary. So again, we really want to alleviate those challenges. And then next slide, I just want to recap about a reminder about why we only did half of Spruce. And we get that question a lot, but why did you build half of a school? But by completing it and turning it into phases, we were able to complete phase one in September 2019, and that saved approximately $3 million taxpayer dollars. So if voters approve the April 2021 capital levy, phase two, which is the final phase of this elementary school, construction would begin shortly after that, still in the spring. Shortly after it would be approved in April, they would get going on the project, and students would be on campus September 2020 in that school. Next slide. Then we would also be able to replace Oak Heights Elementary School. And one more slide. So it's not only very old Oak Heights Elementary, but it's also not designed, nor is it conducive for today's teaching and learning spaces. It's also overcrowded, even with 8 relocatables on their grounds. So in the end, if you do the math, it would actually cost more to fix and update the existing building than to tear it down and build a new building. Next slide. Excuse me. Let's talk about the numbers now. So if approved on April 27th, the estimated tax rate, which would include the current levies and bonds we already have now, everything all included for the district tax would be $3.36 per $1,000 of assessed valuation. And this would maintain a steady local education tax rate over the next 6 years. Next slide. So here it's really important to break down the numbers, and it can get a little confusing. So everyone pay close attention. I'm going to try to be a teacher right now. So in 2018, what you were paying was $4.76. 2019, that tax rate dropped to $3.76 and dropped in 2020 to $3.71. Now, it's important to see there is quite a dip between the 2020 rate and what you will likely be paying. We estimate about $281 this year when you get your property tax statement. Is that because the bond was unsuccessful in February, we had actually already paid off bonds. And so if the bond would have passed in February 2020, it would have kept that 371 pretty similar. So it's actually pretty rare that we have this big dip, but it's important to point it out because if the levy is successful, in 2022, the rate will be 336. But if you look at the history, it is still quite a lot less than what our taxpayers have paid, minus this kind of anomaly of a year. And then it would likely go down a little bit in 2023. So next slide. So if you have any questions or feedback, this is a great new tool we have on our website. It's this highlighted in red there. If you go to our website, there's this new link that is a feedback and questions form. When you click on it, that red box, it's not red when you click on it, but I just wanted to make it visible. You can see here, we've created a new system that makes it really easy for our community, our staff, our students to communicate with the district and get pointed in the right direction. So we're really trying to every day improve communications and make it better and doing everything we can. So this is our latest tool. So if you do have questions about the levy, you can click on this little button on the homepage on the far right and fill it out, and we will get back to you with information. So next slide. And then just who benefits from the 2021 capital levy? And it's these faces. It's our students, it's our staff, it's our community. Everyone benefits from this levy. And the next slide is just a starry thank you. So thank you for this time. And board, if you have any questions, again, I have Lydia and Ed, our experts here, to answer those for you.
This is Anne. Could you just remind me when Oak Heights was built originally?
Ed?
Early 60s. I'd have to look it up. You know, I don't remember the exact date, but it's more than 50 years old.
Okay. And was it in one of what they called the California style, which was outside doors without
Yes.
any inner hallways? So
well, it's a modified version. There is some internal circulation within the pods, but if you want to go from one pod to the other, you have to go outside. There are clusters of 6 classrooms that actually do have a small corridor that links them, but to go to the gym or the library or any place else, you go outside.
And when we put in relocatable classrooms into buildings, for example, which I can't remember which one, there was 8 or 9 relocatables there.
8.
From what I'm remembering is they have room for students, but there's no additional cafeteria space. There's no additional bathrooms.
Correct.
There's no additional space for the support services in the school, which is also becomes an issue.
That is correct. That the students in the portables, for example, have to get permission to go to one of the main buildings to use the toilet. And depending on the concerns, they may actually have to be supervised while they do that.
Hey, Harmony, this is a wonderful presentation. Do we know when voters can expect to have their ballot in their mailbox?
The ballots drop, I believe, around the 8th of April. Is that right, Lydia? I think so. I have it written down. Of course, I didn't have that memorized, but I'm 99% it's around, they'll be mailed out around the 8th, and then you'll get them either that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Monday.
Thank you.
I wanted to mention that it's kind of interesting how the state supports schools. When we got the McCleary decision, we got a lot of extra money to hire more teachers in order to lower class sizes. And that was great. And we did hire more teachers, which allowed us to lower class sizes. But when you hire more teachers, you also need more classrooms to house those teachers. And the state did not provide any money for additional classrooms. And we were at pretty much capacity before it happened. That's why we have 40 extra classrooms or 42 extra classrooms, which are called relocatables, because the state didn't pay for them. And we had to buy those out of bond money or levy money. Now, so that's one issue. We've had a big issue with capacity. And the only way we can increase capacity is ask the voters for money to build additional schools. The second issue is maintaining schools. We have, I think, about 32 schools. Now, if you think of a school having a 50-year lifetime, that means we have to build a new school every year and a half. We're certainly not doing that. And so we're behind the 8 ball on replacing schools. We replace them as we get bond money to do it, but we're certainly not replacing at a rate of 1 every year and a half. So our schools are, average age of our schools is continually getting older, even as we replace schools. And over half of our schools now are over 50 years old. So it's interesting that, to me, that the state is very good at now supporting the educational system and teachers and our day-to-day activities, but it does nothing to help us provide facilities to put our students in so that we can actually teach them.
Other questions or comments? Harmony, that was excellent. I understood it. I
you, Sarah.
appreciate all the thought you put into that. And I hope that we can spread the word in equally clear ways. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Okay, we have a capacity committee update.
Thank you, Director Kilgore. I'm going to go over tonight with you. Good evening. My name is Helen Jung, Assistant Superintendent, and I have a group of colleagues here with me to go over the process of how the capacity advisory group that we developed to make a recommendation for the overcrowding issues at Sherwood Elementary and Westgate. So as Harmony said, there are overcapacity issues throughout our district, but these two schools have pressing needs that will impact what the educational experience will be like for our children starting next fall. So we had to do something. And we came to two options that we're going to talk about and review tonight, and some data that we've been collecting along the way. And I just would like to take this opportunity to publicly thank our advisory committee. They've worked really hard, and I want to say thank you for your openness, your transparency, and your time and engagement to make a recommendation to Edmonds School District. So we're going to be talking about that process and the recommendation tonight. Cheryl, can you share the slides? Thank you. While Cheryl is getting the slides, I can explain a little bit about the advisory group that we've developed in partnership with our EEA President, Andy Knopfziger. And the engagement was a very valuable one because we not only collected information from our stakeholders, we were very interested in hearing from our students to include student voice in all the decision-making that needed to happen at the district level. And the capacity advisory group served as a group to make a recommendation. Allison, do you have the slides? I know that Tara had sent the slides to both you and Cheryl today.
I found
I
them.
don't see it.
Cheryl,
Would you like me to share my screen?
I think Cheryl just said he found it.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Cheryl. All right, here we go. So as I was saying, there was a process, and here's the process overview. And if you have questions, we're going to hold off until the very end because we have several slides that we want to go over so that you're very informed about what happened and how we came to consensus on making a recommendation for the district. So we had staff listening sessions and community forums. So staff sessions were held on January 5th. And then also community forums were held on January 6th, 7th, and 11th for Westgate Sherwood, College Place Middle School, and Edmonds eLearning. And Edmonds eLearning is in this decision process because if sixth graders do in fact get to be moved to College Place Middle, they would have to be displaced. So these are the 4 schools that are directly impacted. And you see, that's why you see the middle school and Edmonds eLearning as well as Westgate and Sherwood. So the Capacity Advisory Committee, we requested volunteers from schools, and thank you, Andy, and our principals for reaching out to create the team. The Capacity Advisory members consisted of parents, teachers, principals, our EE president, and central office staff. And then the Capacity Advisory meetings heavily involved in reviewing surveys. We looked through the surveys and looked at the summary data. We discussed both options, and the options at the tables was, do we need to create a kindergarten campus at former former Woodway Elementary? And or do we need to move the sixth graders to College Place Middle to create space, physical space for Sherwood and Westgate? We received input, feedback, and also final thoughts. And I just wanted to add in that the capacity advisory group comprised of 26 members. And there was feedback that they also wanted to do a anonymous survey themselves, because there were some members that had difficulty sharing in a big group. There were louder voices and some quieter voices. And so we wanted everyone's input on the capacity advisory meeting to come through. So we also did a separate survey, an anonymous survey of just the capacity advisory group to hear their final thoughts. And we reviewed that data in the following meeting. Next slide. And I'm going to hand it to Lydia.
So I'm Lydia Sully, I'm the Executive Director of Business and Finance. And before we got to the final two recommendations, we wanted both the community groups and staff to understand the nature of the problem and lots of possible solutions, which we considered, and then resulted in our two final recommendations to vote on. So one was, maintain the status quo, which we've been doing for a while, and it's not working, and there is a negative impact to student learning. Talked about an option of rebounding the schools, but there isn't enough capacity at the nearby elementaries to accommodate the students from Westgate and Sherwood. Back to the concept of relocatables. Again, it doesn't address the infrastructure, parking lots, gymnasiums, cafeteria, restrooms. Long-term, again, we ideally want to reconfigure middle schools to a 6-8 model, which will alleviate the overcrowding at the elementary schools by moving 6th graders to the middle school model, but that is dependent upon a bond passage. So that our remaining options, we're moving the kindergartners to a hub or center, and we estimate about 8 or 9 classrooms, or moving 6th grade to College Place Middle, and that would result in about 4 to 5 classrooms moving out of the 2 schools. Okay, next slide, please.
And so here's a summary of the classroom spaces that Lydia is talking about. So it's clearer. So at Westgate Elementary, if we moved the kindergarten classrooms, we would free up 4. If we moved the 6th grade classroom, it would be 2. And at Sherwood, the same thing. 4 kindergarten classrooms would be available to create more space versus 2 6th grade classrooms. Just a summary of what Lydia had already reviewed. Next slide. I'm going to have Greg talk a little bit about Edmonds eLearning Academy, because this program has been displaced before previously, and it's a program that we don't really talk about a lot. And so we really felt that it was important to put the needs of Edmonds eLearning Academy in the mix of our conversation when making the recommendation. Greg?
Thank you, Helen. This is Greg Schwab again, Assistant Superintendent. So yes, I think as we considered the move of 6th graders from Westgate and Sherwood to the College Place Middle School campus, one of the things that we know we would have to do subsequently is displace the Edmonds eLearning Academy. And this is a program that serves approximately 200 full-time students and up to 1,100 shared students each year. So, and in its current location, it's situated fairly centrally in the district, but looking at available spaces that we had to move it, we would have to move the eLearning Academy to. Our choices were, we were looking at either from former Alderwood Middle School or Edmonds Heights, or the Edmonds Heights campus. And we know that the former Alderwood Middle School is going to be a site possibly for a transition elementary school as we do as we build a new elementary school. And we also know that the Edmonds Heights campus is not ideally located for many students to get them to the eLearning Academy. So we really need to make sure that as we think about a move like this, that we don't just ignore the eLearning Academy, because they are a really vital program in our district, and displacing them would be difficult to find them a new home. And if we could go to the next slide, because I think I'm up there as well. There we go. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the 6th grade programming. So in considering the move of 6th graders to College Place Middle School, one of the things that I want to remind people about is the work we did a couple of years ago with the Middle School Exploratory Committee that recommended that if we're going to do a 6th grade move to middle school, that there are some very definite steps that we need to take in order to plan that transition well. And so I've listed out those steps in the transition that we identified, but there's some work ahead of us, and we want to make sure that we do it well. I think one of the things that we don't want to do is not support a good transition for our 6th graders to the middle school. And so these are just some of the things that the task force recommended that are critical aspects that we need to attend to in the transition. And so this would all be work we'd need to do in order to make the transition effective. And I think that leads us to the final question. If we could go to the next slide, Sherelle. And so the question I think we're trying to answer here is, are we moving 6th graders but maintaining their current instructional program, which we can do, to move them to College Place Middle School, but essentially keep them in their current 6th grade instructional program? Or are we moving our 6th graders into a middle school model at the College Place Middle School campus? So I think that's a question we would need to decide. If the decision was to move 6th graders, what would be the purpose behind doing it? And so and both of them are valid, but I just think they're questions that we would need to answer.
Thanks, Greg. Next slide. Now we have Haley.
All right, I'm Haley Etnier, the Director of Special Education, and I'll just touch quickly on some of the special education factors. We were asked to review the impacts of a move for both 6th graders and kindergartners who receive support in special education. We have intensive support, that's IS, and intensive social emotional support, ISES programming that both at Sherwood and at Westgate. And the impacts were really centered around our 6th grade students, because our kindergartners who need intensive support or intensive programming are served through our developmental kindergarten programs, which none of those are currently housed at Sherwood or Westgate. So with thinking through our 6th grade move, some of the elements that presented as complex for us or challenging would be that not all of our Sherwood and Westgate students receiving in IS and ISES programming transition to College Place Middle School. And our students have the right to receive programming at their neighborhood schools. So if we have a student who is attending IS programming at Sherwood and they go to Alderwood Middle School and the 6th grades don't transition there, we then have a FAPE issue. And then the other component that we needed to look at is if we were to keep them at keep that group of 6th grade students at Sherwood and Westgate, they wouldn't be around their typically developing peers, which again is against the law, and we wouldn't be able to serve our students maintain service at Sherwood and Westgate if all the 6th graders moved on to College Place. And I think I could get it back over to Helen.
All right, so we're going to go over for a few minutes some of the survey data, because I think it's worth sharing with our community and our board. Next slide. So here's the survey breakdown. At Sherwood Elementary, we had 164 parents total respond, 50 school staff, 4 community members. And at Sherwood, here's the breakdown in Westgate and College Place Middle and Edmonds e-learning. So you get an idea of what the surveys were. So at the end of each community meeting that we held, we sent out these surveys and we went over them. And this is the survey, the summary data. Next slide. And so if we take a deeper dive into the surveys, so this is the survey results from Sherwood. And there were questions around the kindergarten hub and 6th grade because those two options were what was on the table. And it turns out that when the Sherwood community was asked about Kinder Hub, 57.7% said that they were in favor. 22.7 said they were opposed, and we had 19.6 that they're neutral. Either way is fine. Next slide. And then to the same community, we also asked about their thoughts about 6th grade moving to College Place Middle. And 53.6% of the respondents said they're opposed to it. 29.9% were in favor, and 16.5% of the responses said they were neutral. Either way is fine. And then next slide, we go on to Westgate. So we did this for every school community. And so for Westgate, 43.8% were in favor of a Kinder Hub, 45.3% opposed, and 10.9% neutral. And then the same community was asked about, again, a 6th grade move. Next slide. 43.8% was in favor of moving 6th grade to College Place Middle, and 42.2% were opposed, and 14.1% were neutral. Next slide. We asked the same question to the College Place Middle School community. 56.3% were in favor of a Kinder Hub. And we call it a Kinder Hub, but it could be Kinder Campus. We just called it a hub for that moment, but it could be Kinder Campus. I don't want people to think it's like the hub that we have now in stage 2 or stage 1. So I'm going to refer to it as Kinder Campus. But on the survey, it did say Kinder Hub, and we explained what it was. And so I'm just going to keep it there. 37.5% were neutral, and 6.3% were opposed. It's interesting data. And then next slide. And the same community said 50% of them, they were in favor of 6th grade move to College Place Middle. 31.3% were opposed, and 18.8% said they're neutral. Either way is fine. And our last community, last but not least, next slide. It's e-learning, by the way, it's coming up. Edmonds e-learning asked the same questions. 64% were in favor of a Kinder Hub or campus, 32% neutral, and a very small significant number said they were opposed. Next slide. And then Edmonds e-learning was asked again about 6th grade move to College Place, and 40% were opposed, 32% in favor of a 6th grade move to College Place Middle, and 28% they were neutral. Next slide. And then this was my favorite survey data because it came from our students. So this is the student voice part that we really felt very proud that our kids had a voice in all of this that we considered. And so if you look here, it's a little bit small, but I'll read it. Westgate Elementary and Sherwood Elementary students were asked, and there were 99 responses. And the question was, would you be in favor of moving to College Place Middle School as a 6th grader? And of course, our 5th graders were asked that. And 58.6% said, yes, I'm in favor of it. But then 41.4% said no. So there's the split in that. Next slide. And then we asked our 7th graders and 8th graders of what they thought, because their lives will be impacted by 6th graders hanging around them, right? So we wanted to ask them. And it says here, 42.4% said no, and I can't see the percentage on the bottom because it's not scrolling. Oh, 57.6% said yes. Next slide. So at the end of this process, right before we came to making a vote to make a recommendation to the district, we also reviewed the anonymous surveys of each of the capacity advisory members. And it was a narrative. And so it was so thoughtful. Everyone had such thoughtful things to say as their final thinking. So I really want to just thank the whole group because they put a lot of time and energy into this. And we reviewed that data, and it's not reflected here, but it was narratives about their final thoughts about how they feel about kinder. And I really appreciate each comment. So thank you all for doing that. So at the end, we had 19 responses. And you may be asking, well, sounds like you had 20 some members. Why did you just have 19 people vote? Central office people, staff were not voting. And I also asked Andy, and Andy opted not to vote as well, our EEA president. And so here are the 19 responses. 73.7% of our advisory supported the K-Hub model, and 26.3% supported sixth grade move to College Place Middle School. So the final recommendation after this entire process was that there was consensus overall. Not everyone I know is happy about the outcome, and because it's a sensitive one, and I completely understand that. Teachers and families having to move away from what they're used to, and words like this is a family. And so it's very personal, and our group completely understood that. At the same time, we really wanted to honor the process. And I felt like it was an exciting process, and it was a meaningful and worthwhile process. And I really appreciated collaborating with Andy and our principals and our central office staff and our parents and our teachers, and also our students who took time to respond to the surveys. So thank you all. And the final recommendation was that we move forward in creating a kindergarten campus at former Woodway Elementary next fall. We are getting started, and I've said this to the advisory group. I thanked them, and I said, I still need you. I still need this team to give us feedback along the way. And so they're going to forever be involved in the process through February, through the fall. And so I'm really excited for that experience. And next slide. Questions or comments? Your opportunity to ask us anything you would like. I think we can stop share, Cheryl, so we can see everybody. Thank you.
Board, any questions or comments?
So this is Ann. So we're talking about 8 to 9 classrooms from Sherwood and Westgate combined coming over at about, for kindergarten, are you thinking 20 average per classroom?
Yes, that's what we're trying to aim for. We're not trying to create, there's enough space, and there's bargaining involved in staffing this campus. And so Andy and I and our district team will be working with the EEA to get that on the calendar to ensure that we are staffing wisely and equitably. And that's our goal.
So we're talking about 160 to 180 kindergartners going into a building that was originally built for, I think it's one of our smaller elementaries, about 350 maybe?
I think so. Lydia, if you can confirm it's 350.
Certainly. It's probably, there are 20 classrooms. So we're estimating, at most using 10 of those 20.
Okay, so the building itself has room.
Yes.
We haven't used it in a while, so there would be some a cost to get it back up and functional. But from what I remember from visiting the facilities, the campus appeared to be in relatively good shape, considering the age. But we haven't used it for either a transition site for several years, from what I'm remembering.
Correct. So the last time we used it as a transition site was 2017-18. The capital projects crew has kept it in good shape. They put a new roof on it. So the facility, the structure is in great shape, and we would be ordering furniture and needed supplies for it.
Is this anticipated to be implemented next fall?
Yes,
And would you implement it if we're still in a hybrid configuration?
absolutely.
and this would bring Sherwood and Westgate, because they're operating, I think one of them's at 112% capacity. I can't remember. I mean, they're way over capacity. This would buy them some room, and they could, for example, no longer need to have classrooms in halls and closets, kind of.
Yes. And one thing that I do want to add is that the advisory group, they're very committed to the 6-8 model in Edmonds School District. This is a short-term solution. You know, when we think about pedagogy and the transition that our older kids can readily make versus our younger students and all of that, I'm in agreement with the advisory team that 6th grade seemed very logical to me. And I did not, or our group, get into figuring out what the kindergarten campus would be, knowing that the two options on the table seemed very viable until we started getting into the weeds with the group and the voice of our teachers that serve our kids with special needs and the impact of special education and all of that. That came to fruition during our conversations, which was delightful because it really felt like, to me, that we were doing this together. And so there's lots of reasons why we are making that recommendation to the district together for the kinder campus. But I want to make very clear that it doesn't mean that we don't believe as a group that the 6-8 model should not happen. That needs to happen. And they were very loud and clear that they want it done right and in due time. And so I just wanted to put that out there because I don't want our community to feel like, oh, they're not for 6th graders going to middle school at all. That's not the case.
I'm wondering, first of all, I want to thank you and the committee because this was done clearly very thoughtfully and got input from all the stakeholders and thought about all the impacts. I'm curious, from a parent's perspective, will there be like a PTA group formed for this school, for the kindergarten center? And to what extent will they be connected or not connected to the homeschool that their kids will be going to as first graders?
So that's something that I would really want the voice of our teachers and our principals in both of those schools to help out with. And hence the continued support from the advisory is needed by the district. One of the things I will say is when we have kids in a certain campus, we need to create a sense of belonging for them. So my hope is that just not without even collaborating with anyone right now, just my personal hope is that there is a PTA, there is a group that supports the school and that setting while connecting to the feeder school that they need to go to, which is Westgate or Sherwood. So the principals at both Westgate and Sherwood are going to be involved in the process for their feedback and their expertise. And one of the teachers during the advisory had a great idea. She said, and I love it. She said, and I can't make any promises, but she said, why don't we name it Westwood? Sherwood, Westgate, Westwood. And it was so cute. And so there's some excitement around that too. Like, how can we make this community feel authentic, yet it's kind of like a transitional stage to get to another location. But that means we really have to have the PTAs. I would like that PTA in that community for that 1 year, because we have some amazing parents who are going to support as much as they can. And so we need to utilize their support, but then they can also partner with the PTAs at both schools. And so I think that's really possible to have that collaboration so that it's a seamless transition from one school to another, even because it's just 1 year. And I'm really excited to do that work. And I will be utilizing the expertise of our advisory committee for support and help on that.
And how many additional staff have to be hired? I assume a building administrator, office staff, et cetera.
That's something that we're going to have to bargain. We're going to have to bargain the specialists. We're going to have to bargain the nurses and the counselor and all of that. So I can't really say right now, but Andy and I will be making sure we're going to be working closely with Debbie to bargain the parameters around this campus. Thank you, Director Cadams. Any other comments or questions?
Oh, I have one more quick one.
Okay.
How's their HVAC system? Is it up to what it needs to be with COVID in mind?
I have an announcement that I'm not quite sure exactly. I don't want to steal Matt Finch's, our Director of Facilities, thunder, because I'm not an expert on HVAC. And so I'm not going to pretend I do know, but I know that he's checking in on buildings and our principals to check out the spaces. That's what I've heard. And we are also going to house in stage 2 childcare. So YMCA will be using it, Formal Woodway Elementary, 5 days a week for all-day childcare. And so we're already on making the space usable for kids for March 22nd. And so Matt has already gave me confirmation. I checked in with him today and our childcare group, and they're cleaning the space and it's looking pretty great and ready to receive kids. So I'm really excited for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that thoughtful work and the excellent presentation. I'd like to call a 5-minute recess if people wouldn't mind for a short break. We'll be back at 9:06.
What's happening? What do you think is happening, big sis? This is a D&D adventure. And what would a D&D adventure be if you didn't get to fight a dragon?
Tilly? Calliope? Orcus? Anyone?
Final fight. Agnes versus Tiamat.
Oh God. I attack?
No damage.
Attack.
No damage.
Attack.
Nothing.
What?
Your character's not strong enough. There's nothing you can do to beat her.
No, you're wrong.
This isn't going to work.
I didn't come all this way to fail her again. I'm getting my sister's soul back, and there's nothing in this world, in this universe, that's gonna stop me. She's my sister, and I love her. So roll that dice. Keep rolling it. Because this monster, I'm killing it.
If that's what you want.
I attack.
Attack lands. Attack also lands.
I keep attacking again and again and again.
This is crazy. These are all critical hits you're landing. I've never seen anything like this. You look up and you see a weak spot on Tiamat's belly. The same one the real Tilly slept all of those years ago.
I plunged my sword into Tiamat's guts.
Let me see if we're back. Almost. Nancy's here. Gary's here. Okay. And we're back. Before we move on, because we have some some policy work to work on, and it'll take us a while, and it may not be that exciting for some, I would like to invite our student advisors to speak. Can we have gallery view again? Okay. We've had a lot of discussion today about reopening and all kinds of issues, and I wondered if I forgot to ask you earlier, but if anybody wanted to weigh in on some of the discussion we've had already. First of all, are you here? Isabel, would you like to weigh in on anything you've heard so far?
Yeah, I'd like to comment on like the kindness movement that's going on. And I really love how they're starting that like young, because that really carries on to like high school and college and the future of all these like children. Because I know in high school, like I feel like definitely a lot of kids lose their kindness or all those acts that are like they're simple, but they're very important. And for reopening, I'm glad that I hope that obviously it like for the younger kids, I know that's going to come first, and I hope it does come soon if it's safe. But I also hope that like the plan for the older kids, it's in progress for whenever we're able to re-enter. So thank you to all the presenters too.
Soralia?
I agree with Isabel about the Kindness Act, and it kind of struck home that as we grow older, we do tend to be less nice. So it's great that we have that in our community. Other than that, the presentations were wonderful per usual, and thank you for tonight.
Ratika, are you here?
Yes, I am here. So I think first of all, the kindness presentation that we've all been mentioning, all the feels, oh my gosh. That reminder is just so appreciated and necessary. I think we don't think about it enough, but it is the most important thing to life. So appreciated that. In terms of reopening, I think many people put it much better than I can earlier about how this situation is nothing we want to be in. And there is no good answer, because this pandemic was never a good answer. And at the secondary level, you know, it's challenging being remote like this and knowing that there isn't a plan right now, particularly in place to be going in. Like, that's difficult, and there are things that we all want to happen, but I appreciate and love seeing that, you know, at the early learning level, that there's something in place to kind of start the in-person, because that is moving us forward to more normalcy and more people going in. And also for the async thing, and I know this is like a high school level thing, and I know that, you know, it's different at a younger level, but we had the 3 days off, right, for President's Day, I want to say. I'm losing track of time, but those 3 days for us were like always, as usual, work days, because that's just what happens when you're in high school. But it was so nice to have, because obviously we were still working, but it was just so nice to have those days where you could kind of control your own schedule. And that, you know, comes with having had to figure out how to time manage, but just it is so much easier on the mental health aspect of things, because you finally end up finding time to be able to do the things you like doing. And so async time can be a good thing if utilized, you know, because more time to like play, more time to read, more time to do the things that normally you wouldn't be able to put as much focus into, even though it's not ideal. So I just want to say that. And just thanks to everyone who's doing the work, because I know it's the most difficult that we've ever done, and just appreciate the thought that's gone into everything.
Thank you. Kai.
Yeah, I just wanted to express my appreciation for all of the community input you guys are taking in, whether that's public comment for reopening the school or talking about solutions to combat the overcrowding in some areas. I know it can be pretty harsh sometimes, but the fact that you guys are willing to listen and adapt off of opinions and recommendations for people, I think that's really cool. So thank you all for doing that.
Thank you, students. And I so appreciate your input and your feedback. And if you think of anything, if it's, even if it's something, you know, criticism, please, you know, feel free to reach out to us. If you don't feel like doing it online, that's okay. You know, we always really value your voice in everything we do. And with that said, I'm also going to give you permission to leave if you want, because I know it's getting late. Now, the work that we're about to engage in is interesting to us. It may not be so interesting to you. And of course, you're welcome to stay as well. But it will be okay if you feel like you have other engagements that, you know, or homework. It will be okay. So next we're moving on to unfinished business. And our first item is a second reading to adopt revised policy 6884, rental, sale, or lease of district real property or facilities. Do I hear a motion?
This is Ann, move to approve.
A second.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt revised policy 6884. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'd like to call for a roll call vote, please.
Director McMurray,
Aye.
Director Noble,
Aye.
Director Chase,
Aye.
Director Adams,
Aye.
Director Kilgore,
Aye. And the policy passes. Next, we have a second reading to rescind Edmonds policy 6885, short-term lease of facilities. Just for the public's information, the next two are covered by the first. So do I hear a motion?
I so move.
This is Ann, seconded.
It's been moved and seconded to rescind Edmonds policy 6885. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Director McMurray,
Aye.
Director Noble,
Aye.
Director Chase,
Aye.
Director Adams,
Aye.
Director Kilgore,
Aye. And the policy is rescinded. Next, we have a second reading to rescind Edmonds Policy 6886, revenues from the lease or rental of surplus real property. Do I hear a motion?
I move to approve. Having rescind.
I second it.
It's been moved and seconded to rescind Edmonds Policy 6886. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'd like to call for a roll call vote, please.
Director McMurray,
Aye.
Director Noble,
Aye.
Director Chase,
Aye.
Director Kadams,
Aye.
Director Kilgore,
Aye, and the policy is rescinded. The fourth item, we have a second reading, adopt revised policy 3510, associated student bodies. Do I hear a motion?
This is Ann. Move to approve.
I second it.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt revised policy 3510. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'd like to call for a roll call vote.
Director McMurray,
Aye.
Director Noble,
Aye.
Director Chase,
Aye.
Director Kadams,
Aye.
Director Kilgore,
Aye, and the policy is approved. Moving on to new business. First, we have a single reading, approve acceptance of completed public works contract for Spruce Elementary School Replacement Project, Phase 1. Do I hear a motion?
I move to approve.
This is Ann. Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the acceptance of completed public works contract for the Spruce Elementary School Replacement Project, Phase 1. Is there any discussion? Okay, moving on to the next. Oh, we do go ahead and vote on that, right? Sorry. Hearing no more discussion, I'd like to call for a roll call vote.
Director McMurray,
Aye.
Director Noble,
Aye.
Director Chase,
Aye.
Director Kadams,
Aye.
Director Kilgore,
Aye, and the public works contract is accepted. Next, we have a single reading, approve acceptance of completed public works contract for new Madrona K-8 school replacement project. Do I hear a motion?
I so move.
Second is Karen.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the acceptance of the completed public works contract for the Madrona K-8 school replacement project. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'd like to call for a roll call vote, please.
Director McMurray,
Aye.
Director Noble,
Aye.
Director Chase,
Aye.
Director Kadams,
Aye.
Director Kilgore,
Aye, and the public works contract is approved. Next, we have a single reading to approve the new Madrona K-8 school building commissioning report. Do I hear a motion?
This
I
is
so move.
Ann. This is Ann. Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the Madrona building commissioning report. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and call for a roll call vote, please.
Director McMurray,
Aye.
Director Noble,
Aye.
Director Chase,
Aye.
Director Kadams,
Aye.
Director Kilgore,
Aye, and the commissioning report is approved. Next, we have a single reading to approve the building commissioning report for Phase 1 of the replacement of Spruce Elementary School. Do I hear a motion?
I move to approve.
I second it. It's Nancy.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the building commissioning report for Spruce Elementary Phase 1. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Director McMurray,
Aye.
Director Noble,
Aye.
Director Chase. Aye. Director Kadams,
Aye.
Director Kilgore,
Aye. And the commissioning report is approved. Next, we have a first reading, no action, to adopt revised policy 3520, student fees, fines, or charges. Is there any discussion or any questions? I'm pretty sure I might have one. I think there was one place where I would prefer that we used a more gender neutral option instead of the student and her family will be notified. We could say students and their families will be notified. That was just kind of a little picky thing. The second comment I had about the policy, we are on 3520 right now, was in paragraph 5, it refers to the policy for long-term suspension. Oh, no, at first it's for damages or loss under $100. We would use the policy that we use normally for short-term suspension. And then if it's damages over 100, we'd use the process for that families can go through to, for long-term suspension. And if I recall, we described what the process was for short-term suspension, but we didn't describe it for long-term. We just referred to another policy. I feel like it should be, and we could go, I feel it should be consistent. Describe, I think in the, sorry, I'm going back and forth here. But if you look, here we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in the first case, it says when the damages do not exceed $100, the student has a right to an informal conference with the principal. As is the case for appealing the short-term suspension, the principal's decision, and then it describes what happens next, that they can appeal. But then it just says when damages are in excess of $100, it simply refers to the process of long-term suspension. So does that make sense? That I'd like to see kind of a parallel there.
This is Greg Schwab, and we absolutely can do that. I think all we need to do is we just need to insert the same policy again in a parenthetical after that. And actually we need to update that board policy anyway, because it's now 3241.
Okay.
So we'll get that fixed.
I caught that. No, I didn't catch that.
I should have.
Well, it's just, I guess what I'm saying is you described what the process was for short-term suspension, but not what it is for long-term. And I assume there's something different about it.
Yeah. But both of them are described in the board policy 3241. So we'll make sure that gets updated.
Okay.
Deborah, I think you're making a good point. I don't even know if it should really even refer to that it's the same policy as short-term. I don't know that we need to be mentioning short-term and long-term suspension, but just put a description of the process in. Otherwise, when you read this, it can be confusing. It's like, a kid can be suspended because they, have 5. I mean, it seems like just describing the process solves the problem.
Yeah, that would have been my next point as sort of.
I think, because I think what they're trying to do is just refer to the appeal process, and that's so if there's I think we can play with that wording and try to get that cleaned up so that it doesn't reference a suspension, because I can see that being confusing.
Thank you. Okay. We're back. I'm sorry if I'm moving between several screens and don't always have my eyes on the right thing. Any other discussion or questions about 3520? Okay, moving on. Next we have a first reading to adopt revised policy 3245, students and telecommunications devices. Is there any discussion or are there any questions? Okay, I had one. Let me get back to you so I can see you. I just had one question about what if a student, I assume that this happens a lot, that that the device is used sort of as part of the classroom. So like the teacher says, okay, well, look it up for me, or, why don't you Google that? Or, is there, it seemed like it was missing just sort of that the direction of the teacher. A student might use a device.
And I think and this is Greg Schwab again, the policy, I think also doesn't reflect the fact that all of our students now have devices, so that with Chromebooks in the classrooms. And
right.
So, yeah, I think that's the other thing with this policy as well, is that really there isn't with Chromebooks in every student's hands now, there isn't a need for a cell phone. Prior to this, when we weren't one-to-one, there would have been a case, I think, for that thinking. But now that we have Chromebooks, I think we can probably be a little bit more clear about direction around their telecommunication devices in the classroom.
I just thought maybe just add something about, it gives a number of reasons, or the A, B, C, D and all that, where just adding that as directed by, a teacher or in the, that's okay as well to use a device.
Well, this is Anne. My thought is that somehow.
Anne, you're muted.
That I was thinking that we would need to say something like non-district provided personal telecommunication devices, because I wouldn't think that a teacher would instruct a student to use a personal cell phone to Google something if the student sitting in the next desk didn't have that. I would think that teachers would only be directing students to use devices issued by the district, not non-district provided personal devices. I think there's got to be a way to differentiate those, who provided the device. And because it sounds like what we're trying to do here with this is limit non-district provided personal telecommunication devices, and that's what this policy deals with, and has nothing to do with district provided devices that are actively used in the classroom for educational purposes, and maybe differentiate.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think that's the intent of this.
So, and because of that, I think it needs to be, maybe some definitions need to be added into it so that everybody understands what's being referred to.
We can do that.
And again, I would just, I think there will be a scenario where a kid's got their phone and they use it in the course of a classroom discussion where the teacher, it's not a, we're all getting out our Chromebooks now to do something, but that we're having a group discussion, say, you know, in humanities, and a kid says, you know, you know, asks a question, and the answer, you know, the teacher might just say, well, why don't you look it up for us, for the class? And whether the kid has their phone ready or they have to take out their Chromebook, you know, I could just see a scenario where it would, you know, it would be useful for, particularly in high school, or where kids would, it would be easier or more convenient. And I wouldn't want to prevent them from using it in the course of, you know, just in the course, not that I want teachers to be telling kids to use their cell phones all the time, but I don't want to say we can't have that. If that
And
makes
I
sense.
wonder if there are some things, and I see Chris Bailey is on here, but he's not a panelist, but I'm sure he's listening. If there are certain things Chromebooks can't do, like let's say a teacher wants to do a poll, which is a typical kind of quick and dirty, I'm going to ask you a question, and they have it set up and there's a little app for doing it, or, you know, a URL or whatever, and that the Chromebook can't do easily or quickly or something. I'm just using that as an example, but I'm sort of piggybacking on what you're saying, Deborah, that there are possible scenarios where, you know, doing something like that with a cell phone is fine and okay by the teacher, and actually helpful for some instructional thing the teacher is doing.
Well, in one of the paragraphs, it says they will be turned off except in emergency that involves imminent physical danger, or a school administrator authorizes a student to use the device. So we already have that in there.
I guess I was just asking to add teacher to that. An administrator or a teacher authorizes the use.
We can.
So I just have a question. So are we just assuming that all of our kids have cell phones that they bring to class? I mean, do we have 100% of the kids that have a cell phone? I'm just thinking of the kid maybe that their family can't afford a cell phone for them. Maybe the family has a cell phone that the parents have, but the kids don't necessarily have one. And if our teachers are relying on personal devices in the classroom, wouldn't that leave out the kid whose family couldn't provide that?
That's correct.
It's possible.
Yeah, that's a possibility. That's why I would never recommend that to be added if we could avoid it. It becomes an equity issue, and we need to look through an equity lens of just have and have nots. So there's going to be some kids that don't have it, or they're in a plan that's really restrictive.
Yeah, I mean, even a voting app. Well, what if your cell phone, for whatever reason, doesn't have the room or the space or the whatever to have the app, and every other kid in the classroom gets to vote, but you don't, because you don't have the app? My suggestion would be that teachers would only involve district given devices in the educational setting to avoid a situation where a kid wouldn't have a personal device, and it would and doing something like that would just highlight that kid didn't have it.
Just had actually a discussion with
Dr. Olaris, can I pitch in for a second?
Sorry, please, Pratika, go
Okay,
ahead.
a quick student perspective on this one. It's not necessarily that, like, I can think of like 10 or 11 instances where in class, like, okay, let's take orchestra, for example, right? Like, we're in a group setting and the computer isn't like on hand because we're playing instruments and we need to be able to access a metronome. The assumption is not that everybody in the group has a cell phone, but somebody in the group of 15 is probably going to have one. And so in that case, district policy not allowing the use of a cell phone in an educational setting is kind of the thing, is like, it's not necessarily the norm. Like, his teachers aren't going to be like, hey, grab your cell phone and do this. But like, the assumption is that it can work in a pinch when you can't use a computer for certain things, because the reality of it is that Chromebooks do have limitations for the various different things that we try to do in our schools. So just, yeah.
So Chris Bailey and I had a discussion not too long ago about bringing your own devices and so forth. And I don't know, Chris, if you want to weigh in at all, since you're here.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you. So I think that one of the things that we try to do, both in technology and in general, when we're looking at new policies, is to look at it from the equity lens. While I agree with Deborah that the language, President Kilgore, that the language may be a bit stronger than we necessarily intend, I do think it's appropriate that we do try to reinforce that the district provided technology and resources are what we want and expect our students and teachers to be using. We do have tools specifically for polling, for example, where a Chromebook can be used in that way. And we've invested significantly in levy dollars in tools that will reinforce and support the tools that we provided. And so I think it's important that we're reinforcing that. There may be a way that we can try to find a middle ground in the language as it stands. As I read it the way that you do, that unless a school administrator has approved it, a personal device should not be used. Maybe there's a middle ground in there, but I agree that we should not explicitly permit or encourage the use of personal devices in lieu of the district provided technology.
I had a couple of comments just on the wording in the policy, because it's really inconsistent. At the beginning, you kind of define telecommunication devices, saying including but not limited to tablets, cellular phones, and other devices that can be used to communicate electronically. So you defined what you meant by telecommunications devices, and then later in the policy, sometimes you've eliminated the word telecommunication device and then added cell phone or other electronic device, or then you use cellular phone before, you use cell phone. I think mobile phone is probably a better wording, but it's not consistent. You in like E, you just bring cell phone or other electronic devices. Sometimes you have telecommunication devices. So it just needs to be gone through, and I think you should use the same terminology everywhere for what you call it. And probably because you define it at the beginning as telecommunication devices, that probably should be what should be in the rest of the policy.
Thank you, Gary. So we could make some revisions and bring this back. I appreciate the feedback. So we'll make some revisions, and this is a first read. So I appreciate the board looking through this. And there's other things that you want us to consider prior to bringing back next round. Let us know too. Thank you.
Okay. And Chris, I appreciate your comments. I want to chew on it a little bit. I'm still sort of like, wait, no, but I'm really going to think over the next few days about your comments and sort of how we can get to, move forward on this.
Absolutely. It is an interesting one where I think two very different perspectives are both on the right. So appreciate any additional conversation we'll have.
Next, we have a first reading to adopt, no action, adopt revised policy 3120 enrollment. Is there any discussion?
This is Ann. I think this is the one. No, this isn't it. There's one of them where it says, I'll get to it. It says parent. It just has parent, and I think it should say parent/guardian, but I thought it was this one. It's not.
I did have one question about this, and maybe let me get back to looking at you. In the text of this policy, let me find it again. Oh gosh. So we talk about looking into, if a student has some prior offenses, convictions. Okay, I guess it's number D, I believe, that has convictions described in RCW. And I admit I didn't look up RCW, the one referenced, which included violent offenses, sex offenses, and so forth. Why are we leaving out, and what is the intent, if you know, of the law to leave out things like convictions for theft or vandalism?
That specific RCW is calls out, there are specific things that we have to disclose. And so that's the intent of that RCW. And it has to do with specific crimes. So with regard to other crimes like theft and lesser crimes, those are not things that were required to that are required to be disclosed.
Okay, well, that's that then. Anything else? Okay, moving on then. Can we get back? Thank you, Cheryl. That was 3120. Okay, next we have a first reading, no action, to adopt revised policy 2413, equivalency credit opportunities. Is there any discussion? Well, I have a couple of questions. I feel like I'm dragging us late, but it's got to be done. So, so I was really interested in this policy because I do think it's really great to be able to offer students some credit for really great experiences. So I was looking at the policy, and let me try and bring it up for myself. And I had a couple of questions, like on number C, objectives of the program or planned learning experience. I guess so maybe if I help to explain the way I look at this, because I have some experience in awarding credit for experiential learning. And what we did back then was we looked at very specific learning objectives, and then the student would reflect on how the experience that they had, whether it was a work experience or a travel experience, how it related to that each specific learning objective. And so that's what I was kind of looking for, was sort of a clear, like, is there a way to map this credit back to specific, I know that there was language about mapping it to state learning goals and related essential academic learning requirements. And I guess, sort of how would that, maybe I'm answering my question as I'm talking through this, so I apologize. Sort of, is there going to be a process where it's mapped really carefully to those learning goals, and how do you decide where the what credits it fulfills? And I'm sorry. And E, I think the one little word, I think it was E, the one little wording Except now I don't see it. I'm sorry. Well, I put the wrong thing down, but anyway, if you wanted to talk about it, I'm sort of answering my questions as I go. And so probably never mind. Oh, although one question, why is AP computer science kind of in this policy? That would be a real question. Sorry.
That's one that specifically is called out by the state as an area to grant equivalency. I'm not sure why. It's one of those, but the state identified as one of the moves to try to encourage more students into the computer sciences was to offer that as a specific equivalency, so that's why it's in there.
Okay. So that one in particular is special because I know that, we have credit, dual credit programs and they don't all come before the board. I don't think all the classes that award math credits and things like that. So, okay, well, I think if I can figure out what any of these questions were besides that one, I'll follow up with you.
I wanted to mention, I think some of the terminology needs to be updated. Where it's called state learning goals, I wonder why it's not state standards. And there's a phrase in here that's the state's essential academic learning requirements, which we haven't called it for years. Remember the ELERs? That's what that's referring to. That's no longer current. That should be, again, state standards. So, and there are a few places in here like that I think instead of calling them this vague learning goals where it needs to be mapped, it needs to be specific to state standards to be able to say it's covering the same kind of standards that this particular academic course would be covering. Or anyway, to me, that terminology is important for making it clear that what we want is not just some vague learning goals, but literally it needs to list the state standards that are being aligned to and for which the student is showing mastery and competence.
Could you use the term current state standards? Since state standards, the terminology, how they're referred changes all the time. And if you just said current state standards, then that would provide a time focus so people could figure out what the current state standards were.
That's exactly what I would want. So for example, I wouldn't put in there right now Common Core state standards because that might change. But current state standards, and at some point they might change calling them standards to something else, but it's been now standards for a long, long time. So I think using that phrase is appropriate. But I agree with you. I wouldn't want it to be more specific because they change.
So the RCW that's actually listed at the top of that page, I went there and it actually, we'll clean it up because the RCW uses the word standards all over the place. And so we just, this red line hasn't caught up with the RCW. So we'll get that corrected and back to you for the second reading.
I did find my one little wordsmith, which was under D. Oh, let me find it now. Sorry. So we would be changing some of that wording anyway, but which one or more of the state standards or whatever you call it are, instead of saying are part of the program, I would say met by the program. Just a little wording. And that's it.
I'm also wondering, going back to this, the specificity of the AP computer science courses and calling that out as to what it's equivalent to, aren't there a bunch of other courses that have been named by the state as this is equivalent to a math, this is equivalent to a science? If we're calling out one? Should we call out, I mean,
By the district.
by the district?
Yeah, we have a new course and equivalency committee, which we're required to have, we go through and identify by the district which of our courses align and which of them meet equivalencies. But for whatever reason, AP Computer Science was the one that was called out in this language. But we have a whole list. If you go to, we have a whole list of equivalencies that are met by a variety of courses in our district.
And are they in a policy somewhere, or is the process in a policy somewhere?
They're on, I'll find it and email it to you. How's that? I don't know off the top of my head where it exactly.
Okay, I'm just looking for consistency. And the more, as we want to move toward more competency-based thinking about how we award credit, whatever, I don't know if that applies. I'm just, this is sparking other things. And so I just am trying to think about consistency across what's in policy, what's not, what we call out in terms of something like this. So I appreciate that.
Okay, anything else? Thank you. Next item is a first reading, no action, adopt revised policy 3122, excused and unexcused absences.
Yeah, this is Anna. This is where I had an issue. In the third paragraph down, it says, the application to request for testing must be signed by the student's parent, the school, and the superintendent's designee. And I thought, well, what if the guardian's a grandparent or an aunt or an uncle? So can we make it less specific to indicate who has a legal right to request the testing? I'm assuming it can be a parent or / guardian.
Can I ask for clarification of which one we're talking about? Did we skip one?
This is certificate of educational competency. Yes?
Did I miss one?
Did you jump down to excused and unexcused absences?
I did.
But there's
okay,
yeah,
I missed one. I
non-resident
apologize.
students and something else in between.
Okay, I apologize. So we finished. I don't know how I did that. I'm sorry. Our next item is item 9. Is that correct? Adopt new policy. I apologize. 2411, certificate of educational competency. So Anne.
Right. So this is the one we're all trying to figure out where our questions are. So this is the one that I think we need to, in the third paragraph, indicate more than parent. Maybe, I don't know what the other, for consistent language, if we do parent / guardian, it seems like parent is too restrictive for our kids.
Wasn't there a RCW on this that restricted us? Because I think we've had this conversation before. I could be wrong.
I'm looking. I'll have to do some research on that one and get back to you. I know that the last time we talked about this policy, this is what allows us to award GEDs, students. But I'll have to do some research on that language around parent, or can we use parent guardian?
Okay.
Probably includes emancipated students too.
Right. Yeah. If they're emancipated at 16 or 17, they should have the legal right to petition like anybody else. It would surprise me. I don't know. It would surprise me if the state language was so specific. But if it is, the question would be, if the state language is that specific, are we allowed to expand that language to include parent or guardian?
Anything else? Okay. Getting back to our agenda. Okay, we did 9, so we're on 10. A first reading, no action. Oh, don't move it now. No action. Adopt new policy 3141, non-resident students. Is there any discussion or are there any questions?
I'm just curious why this is a new policy, because didn't we already have a policy on non-resident students?
This is a revision, isn't it?
No, it's a new policy.
Hmm.
But it says, but it's a revision of.
It says adopt revised policy 3140, release of resident students. Oh, okay. Yeah, and I'm
We're
on
on
the other one.
3141.
Yeah, 3141, non-residents. Okay.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one too.
Okay, so we're into it several hours, people. It's showing. Yeah.
So do we already have one of these, or are we just revising the one that we have? I didn't quite catch the flow there.
No, this is a new one, and it's considered essential. So my guess is it's needed for this RCW chapter 28A A225.
Well, my point is, I know we had a policy on non-resident students because we had to have, because we have non-resident students in our district.
Right.
And so we should be, if this is a new one, we probably should have another policy that we're rescinding. So that's why I don't understand why we're at on this.
So I suggest we look for, somebody go look for and make sure that we have another one that we need to rescind.
What we can do, board, is we can
You're muted now.
So we can communicate to the board of writing a memo in terms of the cross references and how we got
Okay.
here, and that we see some clarity.
Yeah, and just make sure that there's not a policy sitting out there somewhere that.
Like Director Noble said, yes, exactly. So we just.
I think
Okay,
the
thank
years of us pouring through these policies is showing.
So this is a revision of a policy. We currently have a policy 3140, which is admission of non-resident students in interdistrict transfers. And so this is a revision of that policy.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But it's a different number. It's 3141, not
Yeah,
3140.
we're updating it, but the policy that correspond, the old policy is 3140.
So we're going to rescind
Okay.
3140?
Well, no, because down below, we're going to use it again, it looks like, in the next item. So,
So it looks like we're adding 3141 and revising 3140.
Yes.
They're
Yeah.
kind of a matched set.
Yes.
yes, and you see that all these, in the red line version, there's a whole section on non-resident students. So that makes sense. So moving on to, unless there's any discussion more about 3141, then we'll move on to 3140. Okay, I don't have anything. Then we'll go ahead and move on to first reading, no action, adopt revised policy 3122, excused and unexcused absences. So I just have one question. What if, I know that some conversation we already had about different schools having sort of different approaches and things like that. But frankly, you know, what if a student's family has an opportunity to travel, or, you know, there's something that's not, you know, yeah, that would be it. What if a student's family has the opportunity to travel someplace cool in the middle of the school year?
Yeah, this is something that I brought up because of when I worked in the district. I remember discussions about when a family chooses to take a student on vacation during school days, and that some schools would allow it to be excused if the student were given schoolwork by the teacher and brought back that schoolwork, and so then it was excused. Other schools wouldn't allow that. And when I read this, I don't really see it addressed at all. And when I was in the district, the principals chose not to want to have that discussion. And I don't know that with the lens of equity that we use now, if that's something that should be revisited, if it should be addressed here, if it's here and I've missed it. But that's an issue that I recall really caused a lot of inconsistencies from school to school, and some resentments that some parents had at some schools where kids would be excused at another school, but not at this school, if that makes sense.
Are you, Nancy, is that like, I'm looking at line number 12, where the approved activity that's consistent with district policy and mutually agreed upon by the principal and designee, or so that it kind of addresses your question a little bit?
It does. And then the question is, what's approved?
Right.
That one principal will approve it at something at one school, but another principal wouldn't call that approved.
Okay.
Should what's being approved be consistent across the district?
That's a great question, Director Kadams. I think that's something that I don't know if staff can speak to the memory here in this system in terms of what we've done. I know in past systems, it's there's clarity in terms of what's excused and what's not excused, and typically it's by ed code or policy in terms of just it's clearly defined in terms of what that looks like. But to President Kilgore's point is, if there's an opportunity, if you can, there's ways that systems can do it that I've seen do it. If you align it to the curriculum or align it to some experience that the student's going to receive by going somewhere. So, but again, I need staff to weigh in on this one here, because again, I just don't have the knowledge.
Yeah, and I'm not saying there's a right way or wrong way. I'm just saying there should be a consistent way.
Absolutely.
So if it means that it's excused if the teacher and the family jointly come up with something that meets certain criteria, like what state standards will be met, what product will the student bring back, how does the experience align with whatever, that at least that would perhaps create some consistency. I'm sorry, Greg, did I interrupt you?
No, I was just going to say that the language that we're looking at here comes from OSPI, and it's their guidance around excused absences. And I really do think that number 12 is that item is what you're speaking to. But I think there's a procedure that needs to come along with this, which is, how does this get implemented, and specifically around that, what should be the things that we consider when approving that specific reason for an excused absence.
Right. I agree with that, and I would just hope that we don't disallow it, because parents will go anyway. So we have to figure out how to make it work.
Would this be a place where we add as approved by the superintendent. Would that add anything to this? Oversight?
I would hate for the
Every-
superintendent to have to process every one of these because I have a feeling there are quite a lot of them. I think it should be something that anybody who looks at it would be able to say this meets it or this doesn't meet it.
My suggestion is, I agree with Greg that this could probably be handled in a procedure section so that principals could go to the procedure and see exactly what is allowed and not, and then could use that, and then any principal at any school in the district would be using the procedure to determine whether it was appropriate, an appropriately excused absence.
Or that a process had been accomplished to make sense of it. I mean, again, if parents have an opportunity to travel or to do something, you know, I understand the intent of this policy, but if families, you know, as Nancy pointed out, a lot of families do take vacations in the middle of the school year. And, you know, if we can make it so that it's a, you know, it aligns to what we're trying to do here, that would be really ideal.
I had one question and one comment. The question is, why is there, what is the real impact of a student getting an unexcused absence? Is there, what is the negative factor of that, except you don't want to have a kid have an unexcused absence, but is there any else thing that is bad about that?
Well, nothing bad about it. Actually, the state, again, and I agree with OSPI's direction on this, has moved away from, you know, schools going truancy petitions for students. We don't do that anymore. We have, and so there are several mitigating steps that we have now implemented with truancy boards and community and much more local interventions to try to help support students and families. So we moved away from a punitive approach to attendance to really try and more to work with families to support them. So there is, you know, they've really tried to move away from penalizing kids for attendance and really trying to find ways to work with students and families to help them understand why attendance is important.
Right. Well, that's, you know, that goes to the family vacation issue. Would it be important for a parent to, if they went on a family vacation, to make sure that the absences were excused rather than unexcused? Is there any reason that a parent would need that to happen?
It's a great question.
Well, I mean, just based on experience, that, you know, if you don't set something up in advance with the school, then, you know, and again, this I'm sure varies across schools, then your kid will be, if there's a difference between being absent to go on a vacation and you know, frequent absences because there's something going on in the family that is troubling and is making it hard for the kid to access education. And so the point of it, I think, is that you don't want the principal breathing down your neck because you went to Florida for a week or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the issue would be letting the school know why you're gone. More so letting the school know you're going to be gone, and perhaps even making some mitigation for that absence is absolutely important. Whether it's called an excused or an unexcused absence is seemingly less important, but maybe it is very important to some parents.
It can be at the secondary level for sure.
I'm wondering about the intersection between absences, unexcused absences, and grading. To what extent is it expected that the student is excused from assignments during that week that they're in Florida? Or and also, so I'm interested in lost learning, which we care about, be it called excused or unexcused, but it's lost learning. Is it still, and Greg, you may know this, that as part of AYP from the state, that unexcused absences used to be one of the factors, not at the secondary level, but at the elementary level, that when a school was being called out by OSPI for not making adequate yearly progress, AYP adequate yearly progress, one of the factors was test scores, and another factor was percent of unexcused absences. And so it would ding a school if their unexcused absence rate was too high. And I remember schools would have to be calling parents to find out what happened during that time to try to turn unexcused absences to excused absences. So that's a different kind of impact, as well as the student learning impact. So those would be my two questions or concerns of possible impacts of something being called an unexcused absence, or being unexcused, or even if it's excused, but the kid doesn't have to do anything for that week or do any assignments to make up. What happens in terms of that expectations from the teacher during that week?
Nancy, to your question about, AYP, well, that's not, we don't do that anymore. We do still report on attendance, and attendance is one of the state report card areas that we have to report on. And so, we track average attendance by school. So it is something that schools are still held accountable to. And it is.
And would excused absence, if it's excused or unexcused, does it matter? When the kid wasn't there, it lowers the attendance rate. Got it.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I did have one other question, and that was related to how come there are 4 different references to COVID-19? Why is COVID-19 more special than any other really severe medical condition? And we're gonna have to revise this policy every time a new big virus comes up. It just seems odd that it is called out specifically.
No more.
Again, I know a lot of this is new language. I think we recently got some updates from OSPI about attendance as it relates to the pandemic, and so I know this is language that OSPI has passed on to schools. But to your point, Gary, absolutely. What do we have to go back, and as soon as we're out of the pandemic, we got to go through and take everything out related to COVID-19, and so we could find out more about that.
It just seems like each of them, if you took out the word due to COVID-19, it still would work. And there are certainly other things like, say a parent has severe cancer or something like that, and a kid has to stay out for a day to help their parent do this or that. It's the same thing. So I just don't think that it should be called out COVID-19 exclusively.
I agree with you, Gary. I think it limits it to, I'm hoping 2 or 3 years from now, it's like just another health issue.
Well, let's check and see if that's necessary, I guess. Anything else?
We have a study session next week. It sounds like, can we possibly add these on there? I'm not sure what the subject was, because it seems like just a few of these, we need to have a little clarity, just considering our discussion. Just throwing it out there, if we need to talk about this more, we have a study session next Tuesday. And I just couldn't remember what our subject was next Tuesday, or not.
I'm trying to look it up. It doesn't say on my calendar, does it?
No, it says hold first.
Oh, open educational resources.
Okay, never mind then.
Is that when we're getting data, the social, emotional, and academic data update in the district?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, that's important for us to spend time on.
Well, I think there were two potentially squishy areas. This one was, how do we treat family vacations, more or less? I mean, I'm sure there's some other scenarios, and I like the idea of writing a procedure to guide schools as to how they would do that. The other one, I think, was just thinking a little bit more about the electronic devices. And I feel like I'm the only one who had some hesitancy, but maybe not, with regard to what Chris said. And I just feel like I could think about that for a couple of days, chew on it, and talk to him. So I don't think it's a big deal, but maybe somebody else does. Okay, well, now we are at the wonderful part of our meeting where we all hope that we don't talk too much. Board comments. So, sorry, I'm a little giggly after 10. Director Noble.
Very short. I just really appreciate the kids that came and talked about Martin Luther King, and it just was fantastic. I'd love to see students there, and thank you, Sherwood, for doing that.
Thank you. Director McMurray.
I will forego given the lateness of the hour.
Director Chase.
I was going to forego and just briefly talk about legislative priorities because it is late, but I do want to mention a few things, but I wanted to let everybody else go first.
And Director Kadams.
I'm going to pass on my comments tonight. I appreciated all the presentations. I want to congratulate the National Board teachers, and I want to thank the Sherwood kids for doing a great job.
And I will just say thank you, Dr. Balderas and Matt. Please pass again my gratitude to Matt Finch and anyone else who was involved in standing up the emergency cold weather day shelter during the snowstorm. And it was held in one of our school cafeterias, and we took care of some of our most vulnerable community members, and I'm just so proud of us. So thank you for that. And that's it. Next, we have our discussion topic, and this is legislative.
Dr. Balderas comments?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Dr. Balderas.
Aaron,
Thank you.
Director Chase, were you going to speak more?
I'm going to talk about the legislative priority, so I can just wait if you want to. It's up to you. It's going to take a little bit longer, and so I was going to just fold it into our discussion topic.
Okay, so I'll just be really quick. So thank you very much. Again, just want to thank the bargaining teams for all their work to get us a resolution for the rest of the year here. And I know there's no perfect model. We know that, and I know the board, you discussed this and you added your comments, but I do appreciate the folks. I know we're starting to prepare for summer school and try and make sure that we provide summer school for all levels using some of their ESSER $2 or federal dollars that are coming in right now, and also planning for next year. So again, this is going to be a longer term approach in terms of trying to develop the right learning models for all kids in the future. And so this is just something that we're going to continue to do. So really, I think people had questions regarding the timeline, and why so quick. It takes a long time to make sure we have the right amount of kids and the right amount of teachers. And it just takes time to process. And the longer we delay, the longer we kick it out. So in terms of just, it's really time sensitive. And right now, I think we have 81%. I heard the numbers. I think we have about 82% of the student intent forms. And we're gonna, again, continue to work hard at the building level to do everything possible to contact every family member and also every staff member in terms of their intentions as we continue to roll this out. So it literally is right now, it's an all hands on deck approach. that's happening behind the scenes. Just want to let folks know that's why the timeline and also part of the MOU, there's certain timelines that need to be met for that, for this to have happened. So I know it's a rush, and it's something that we need to really get the data in so we can actually just marry the student to the staff member, and again, try and mitigate any, minimize the changes as the board has stated before. So again, want to thank you for your time tonight, and I'll turn it over to Director Chase.
Thank you, Superintendent. And I do want to echo the thanks for the cold weather shelter that popped up through effort and will to help our vulnerable folks. So thank you, President Kilgore and Dr. Balderas and everybody else who worked on that. I did visit that day too, and I was really glad that we were using those buildings in the way that we were for the public good. So what I want to talk about right now is the legislative session. We're just about halfway through, and there's been a lot of activity. This last Sunday was the legislative conference, and Director Kilgore and student advisor Ritika attended. It was a long Sunday, lots of good information. We had budget presentations, we had student presentations, we heard from 4 of our 2 senators, 2 representatives, and a lot of information on how to lobby and remembering that folks are just real people and how to make personal connections. I've actually sent you all an email with a lot of resources because it is after 10 o'clock tonight. But there's a few things I want to highlight real quickly, which is we have a weekly statewide networking call, which is going to have a student panel, and our very own Ritika is going to be participating in the panel for students this coming Thursday. I'm very excited about that. We've got after the legislative conference, the next is the Days on the Hill, which is going to be March 15th through 19th. And in preparation for that, there are a number of regional meetings and preparation meetings that we can participate in, particularly targeted for those of us who attended the legislative conference in alignment with advocating for WASDA priorities. The WASDA priorities, let's pull those up. This is one of those things where it'd be handy if I could share screen, but it's in your packet that I sent you. The legislative priorities are those issues that we have all at our conference decided on the priorities and aligned the positions with bills that were coming up. And in the packet you've got, there'll be a link to hot topics, both large and small, which are the general topics that we are lobbying around. I right now am supporting the WASDA positions, and not because we as a board have yet to discuss specific bills that we are really interested in. However, from many of our discussions that we do know that there are a few, such as, the transportation bill 5128, which today in our update was listed as needing some extra support for contact for members of the Senate and Rules. This last Monday was another cutoff, and so bills that didn't make it out of, I think it was finance at that point, are dead. So the bill list is getting smaller and smarter for those things for us to advocate for. And there in particular are 5 bills that are needing action. The student transportation funds is one of them, and we have talked about that numerous times in study sessions and meetings, as well as the high school graduation. It's concerning high school graduation credit and pathway options, and those are 2 that we have particularly discussed. And I was going to suggest that these 2 bills may be those that are very impactful to our district that we may want to take an extra look at. But it's only going to really matter if they make it out of, if they continue to have legs. They're in red on our list right now. And so the latest information I have is they are continuing to move, but they need some extra support. And I sent that link to you all. The other thing that is really highlighted right now is the 1476, which is the fiscal aspect of declining enrollment for the enrollment declines, and that's fiscal. And you know, this is a bill that we're supporting, of course, right? But it's not a no-brainer for everyone. There are people that think we've got plenty of money and we don't want to be funding empty seats. And so this is this is one that we're going to have to continue to shepherd and give lots of attention to. And again, this one's in your packet. So right now there's three bills that are of particular interest, I think, to our district. That's not all of them. But as we do two things, we're going to be going with WASDA to have meetings with our representatives, and they ask that we align along with the WASDA topics, which we all support anyways, but we also have opportunities to have additional meetings with our legislators. And I am thinking that some of these bills, the three that I mentioned, may be those that we wish to particularly highlight. However, with that in mind, student voice is what legislators like to hear, as we all know. When we get personal stories and student voice, pretty much the legislative rep and the school board, our representatives don't really want to talk to us anymore. They like to talk to our students, which is why I'm so thrilled that that the opportunity for all of our students to participate, not only in the upcoming meetings, but as we continue to move forward, the opportunity presents itself. The last thing I'm going to quickly say, and I apologize for doing this quick discussion, but I do know that it is late. We have digital equity in broadband is a high priority, not only for all districts because of COVID, but it was also a high priority at the legislative conference. And there are a number of bills, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think there's 11 or 12 bills that are still in motion on this. One of those bills was concerning providing computers for all students. We do that already, so our district is not significantly impacted. However, apparently at the last minute, there were a number of amendments that pulled out of this particular bill the requirement to provide devices. So there's some question on, you know, what some of these bills are going to look like moving forward. So my suggestion at this time is, okay, I'm sorry, and of course, 1121, the graduation, concerning the emergency waiver of graduation requirements, it is likely to pass. Again, in the packet I sent you with the bill watch at a glance, they're color coded. Green means it's likely to pass. Yellow is likely, and red means it needs advocacy. I don't want to go through all of the well, yeah, and now I'm about to read in detail all 37 of these bills that we're tracking. Ready? I'm kidding. You're all muted, so I can't hear you laughing. But I'm going to suggest that when you have a moment to take a look at some of these bills, think about as we continue to prepare for our in-person discussions with our representatives. To me, these priorities of the transportation, graduation, and funding seem to really align with those things that are impacting our particular district. And but there may be other things that you think as we look at these bills that we may want to highlight, or as we hear from our students. And with that, I would like to invite any of our students who may be tracking this and still on, particularly Ritika, I see you there, that may want to comment on any of this. And Ritika, you can tell us about if Logan got a hold of you to coordinate for Thursday.
I haven't received anything, but the conference this weekend was really informational. I do try to follow the bills in all of my free time. But yeah, the graduation requirements one, and the especially the pathways definitely speaks to me, because I've been doing work around just like understanding those, whether it's talking to OSPI superintendent and other things. So that one's definitely on my radar. And obviously graduation requirements go hand in hand with electives right now, which is pretty important to at the high school level. So yeah, that's what I have.
Thank you, Ritika. It's Thursday at noon. It's going to be really fun to listen to the student panel, and the panel is going to be, how is your school year going for you? Any new perspectives given, what the experience has been this year, and how can the board support your needs? So, this is a networking call. Make sure everybody's got the link so we can, inform ourselves and get some on the ground information. Questions, comments, opportunities?
Thank you, Karen. This was really informative. And thank you, Ritika, for being our student voice out there at the state level. It's wonderful to have you as our representative, our student representative. And Karen, that was really helpful for you to take it and encapsulate it and summarize it for us.
I was just Marissa and Logan are doing a really nice job to distill it down to something to share. So I wish I could take full credit, but it takes a village.
Oh, take credit.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a question, I guess, and I don't know if you know the answer, but so I think this bill watch at a glance is really helpful.
Yeah.
The color coding is awesome. And I just guess I don't understand why 1476 is in the orange scary zone. And if you had any more information about that, I haven't watched all the committee hearings or anything like that, but
I do know that there's opposition to the perception is that we are not impacted and it would be putting money into empty seats. And that is the testimony that is being put forward by the contingent that thinks schools have plenty of money to operate on. And that is the push. And so that's why it is not, getting the full support as some of these other bills are. We're getting some pushback on that one. This is not uncommon. And this in the past, I think Gary and Ann, if you remember when Nick was on our superintendent, and we would talk about this, that there was some real factions down there that seriously think that schools have plenty of money and we just need to manage it better. And so I think this is my thoughts on why we would be getting some pushback on this one.
And that mindset has been exacerbated by misperceptions regarding the McCleary decision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so this is one where we can contacting the legislators and encourage the bill to progress, but I'll see if I can get some more information on some specifics too for you.
Mm-hmm. But this is also the one that I had concerns about, because basically it's not going to affect us if we have enough money in the ESSER funds to make up the difference, which I found to be sketchy. So at this late time, all I could think of it was sketchy. However, it looks like there's more to it than that. In terms of, do you know, like the levy, are they going to get, so it's possible that they would allow us to go out for a levy or collect levy based on our real enrollment numbers from the year before COVID? Is that what they're looking at? Or would that also be something that we would not be allowed to do because we're getting some ESSER funds to help us with our Title I?
That's the part that I'm not sure about with how it would particularly impact our district with our SR funds. But it's possible that Superintendent Balderas may have some additional insight on this one.
So I think that they're all, so my thoughts are, I think people are just trying to recoup dollars, like, as you stated. And I think right now it's trying to come up with plans. I know we need to have plans for recovery as a system. And I do worry that that the state will try and recoup dollars back because of the, and we're also, a reminder, we're short kids right now. We're short quite a few hundred kids. So, and we worry about that in the future. I know we had the last board meeting, we had an enrollment report from staff, and I do worry that we're going to be pressed for dollars, and people don't realize the need. And again, these ESSER dollars are for a minimum amount of time as well. So I think I have to remind people, this is not sustainable. This isn't going to be for, it has to be spent. And I do worry about the increased cost as we try and have more recovery ed for students. And but I do worry that there's a big pressure. There's a lot of pressure down in Olympia to put money back into different coffers, and there's a lot of pressing needs and wants from across the state. And I think there's just a lot there, Karen. So I think you've done a great job, but I think the more we can advocate that we need more funding and the why. I think to continue the why, we need more funding, and it's just going to cost us more money to do business because business is not usual right now.
Right.
And it won't be for a while.
And that was my big beef, was those ESSER funds were supposed to help us come out of this, not backfill our enrollment. So anyway.
Yeah, what I find is really frustrating here is it's like a mindset of equality and not equity. So the ESSER funds were designed for districts based on percent of students who are needy, who are low income, free reduced meal, et cetera. The enrollment deficit money is to help people, the districts who, because of declining enrollment because of COVID, we still had the budget that we needed to fill, but we had less money coming in because of the enrollment. But basically what the state is doing is, if we think of the 3 kids who are looking over the wall, they're giving each of us as a district there, they want to just give us the same size stoop to be looking over the wall when we're a district with higher poverty. So to try to make it equal with the districts, the equal money with districts that have, don't have as much poverty by backfilling more with the other money, is simply going for that equality thing instead of doing what the intent was, which was to help districts who have more kids who are needy. Am I seeing that right?
I think so.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's very
ironic.
frustrating.
It is ironic that they're giving money in this bill to the richest districts. I'm just, okay, I'm sorry.
So, what I'll do is sometimes the hearings have some really robust debate on this, and we keep coming back to this. So I will pull up the hearings so we can take a look. I mean, they aren't that long, right? But it's got some good discussion that may help us inform just how this bill is tracking. And also remember, representation matters, right? Friends of Education, when we have Friends of Education as policymakers, there's a deeper understanding of the impact of the school districts, right? And local jurisdictions.
So Karen, I not to belabor the point. So I know that WASDA has, is supportive of this bill because it does benefit somebody. I'm of the opinion that, well, it doesn't really, it doesn't benefit us, our kids, or does, I'm not sure if it does. And is there any way to talk to lawmakers at this stage to say that, yes, we need backfill, but not like, but we need it in addition to our ESSER funds? That's not what they were meant to be used for? Is there any way to fix it?
I don't know if there's any way to fix it, but we can always have the conversation. Let me talk to Marissa and see where some of these conversations are going, right? It's never too late, right? And, I heard talk of special sessions, so you just never know, right? It may be that this is going to be going on till June. But let me circle around, because you particularly like this bill, right? Because you brought it up a number of times. Well, but I think that you are identifying the real issue, and this perhaps is not the best solution for it. And we need to have that.
I feel like if they would take out the part about, the ESSER funds and give us all our backfill, and help us all recover, then I would love this bill. As it sits, I don't like it.
So let's go find out what they have to say about that then.
I don't know. So that's where I am. I don't want to ruin anyone else's chances of getting some money, but I don't know that I want to advocate for this. But if there's a way to change it, then I'd love to.
It's a valid question. I mean, so seriously, this is a valid question, and so it's worth pursuing. So I'll see if I can find something out for you.
Thanks.
76. And so really what's going on legislatively is tracking, you'll see, with the exception of 1476, get some extra info, tracking and advocating for those bills. You see that on the tracker, and then getting ready for our in-person meetings. And I will share all of that info. There's, the large districts are going to be meeting. Since we are in 2 county, we have representatives in 3 legislative districts that cross multiple counties. So we end up attending a variety of different pods. So we get more chance to be on the Hill to talk to folks. So it's kind of fun. So there'll be lots of opportunity to participate. And I could talk about this stuff for a lot longer.
This is so cool.
It is 10:42, and I know that we have other things such as sleep and catching up on email to do.
Well, I appreciate the work that you've done and leading us in this direction. And I'm sorry it got so late. It's always so important to talk about this, but maybe if everybody looks at the bills, and you're suggesting the bus, the transportation funding, correct? And the pathways as being important ones for us.
Yeah. And remember, there'll be a few, as another week or so goes by, we'll know which bills are actually going to be still viable. But those are the 2 that I think that, the transportation is really impactful, and the graduation pathways is super impactful for us.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll keep it on the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Well, thank everyone. It's so late. Thank you for sticking with us. Good night. Meeting adjourned.